Hey y'all, Rustle and whine, Rustle and whine. Let's hear what you got to say, huh? Welcome to the middle of nowhere. Man, we got ourselves some freaking heavy duty winds coming in, y'all. 45, 50 mile an hour. Thing's rocking my truck. Yeah, I better leave that old. Yeah, we don't have no. Yeah, I do. What do you know? Lighting all the way through. Howdy ho, y'all. I got some incredible news. If y'all hop up in here, start talking about it. Um, isn't it? Okay. Don't tell me I lost. Who pissed me off? Factory was shut down 6 months. Oh, there we go. Well, did it. See if I can get that up there in that beautiful 4K for you. Got the teeth on it, so it'll spin. Sprays together. 25 caliber. Finally done. I'll work on the other one a little bit, see if I can get that one up to snuff, because I got two of them now. See, one of them, one of them's symmetrical. Ah, well, Tom, I've been busting my ass. Yes, sir. That right there is the finished PPG guard mag. See that? Finally got the rasps on there. So we'll finally be able to sit there and shoot it. Now, there is one minor issue. That was while I was testing. See here, that is on safety. While I was testing, the magazine wouldn't rotate. So, yes, we're getting closer, all right. But, slight issue, you know. can't get your magazine to work appropriately as it should, well, you can see I can move everything in there, but it doesn't want to rotate. There. So I got to fix that. But how much closer? I think all it is, honestly, is see, if you look down inside of here, you can see the pawl mechanism. The pawl itself doesn't go up all the way as it should. It's built for an 8-shot repeater, not a 4-shot repeater. So I need to get it to move just that much further. And that's going to take me taking apart the rest of the action down in here. Now, I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to leave all this together just for a simple, quick, swap out so I can work it out. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be the fix-it that does it. Because if that pawl will move just a little bit further up, it'll be able to turn this one the full turn. And, it's not actually turning right now at all. So it's something I got to work on. But this thing, let me see if I can get it up here in righteous. Yep, 10,000 ways not to make one, right? So here's where I can show you this, I think. Get this real close up to the camera here and still see it. You can see how that little pawl mechanism is there. When I set it in, that pawl is supposed to sit flush down inside, right down inside of that little portion right there. So you see the semicircle that's cut out right here on the side. Well, that goes all the way around and that pawl rides inside of it. So it should turn, but it hasn't been because the pawl doesn't go up far enough. So what it'll do is it'll turn until, see, what we'll do is it'll get this kind of a turn. It'll go from being one up and then it'll go half crank and stop. So I need to get it to do the full crank. And I can do that by hollowing out the retaining pin in the, or not hollowing retaining pin, but where the retaining pin slides in the slot. I can hollow that little spot out, and that'll give me just a little bit more, travel for that thing. So yeah, that much closer. I got the magazine done. I've got the barrel done. I've got everything sized as well. These are some 1/4-inch steel balls here that I use for sizing. 1/4-inch steel bearings, they're precise. So as you can see, there we go. Just put one in and it just shoots right out the other side. That's how to do it. So yeah, it's just a little 1/4-inch steel ball. And I use that to size these things out. I put that inside. And as you can see, I'm holding it back with my finger right now. That thing will fall right out. That's the whole idea. There we went again. So yeah, air guns for when people can't have firearms. That's what I'm working on. Professionally CNC, listen to this, man. That's funny. This is all handwork, man. All by hand. I did that on a drill press and with a file from tube stock, regular tube, stainless steel. Seriously. This piece I did with a hand drill and a long bolt. Funniest shit you'll ever see. I took a bolt and I stuck it through there. I stuck a nut on the other end, tightened it down real tight, and then I stuck a file inside of a vise, and I used the file while running the drill. And I get that. Nah, I watched too much MacGyver when I was a kid. Actually, my daddy taught me that trick when I was younger. Yeah, my dad was a master machinist, so I had a lot of cool stuff when I was a kid, and I got to do a lot of things a lot of people didn't. Like I built my own. Well, yeah, it's because my dad taught me precision. All right, he taught me how to actually do machining. Uh, as I said before, I'm a second year machinist apprentice. I was in my second year when my daddy stopped teaching me, and I went off to help the militia. So I would have been a master machinist, but you know, shit happens. But this right here, these things are the fruits of that labor. The just knowing that you can do something with a few small tools. A drill press, a bench drill press, and a hand drill and a file, and that's what I accomplished. A little bit of know-how. That's the other part, and some machinist approximators. I think you call them calipers, micrometers in the mechanics field. So yeah, that's what you can accomplish with that. Just good tools, little bit of know-how. And my daddy also taught me brazing, which was something that you don't normally learn just on the run of the mill every day. He taught me how to braze with map gas. Most folks only know how to braze with acetylene because it gets hot fast. I know map gas. So yeah, you can see I can't break it. It's tougher than all business, it's solid, stuck together like it'll never come apart. Honest hard work. That's what that came about with. Shit you could basically do in your house if you've got the right tools. It's just a little drill press and all that stuff. Yeah, I do need to copyright it, but I don't know. Think about this. Yeah, it gets up there about 2100 if you got the right torch. Propane will get up to about 14. And that's in Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit shit. So then, you know how I made the other one, right? And it was looking like it was kind of deadbeat because it had that strange cross cut in the back. Well, like I was saying before, I doofed this one because I didn't think about the rasp and pull system. I thought it might actually work with this, you know, cross beam and yeah. We don't use Celsius, America. Oh man, I gotta put that up. That's funny. That's fucking funny, man. That right there is the shit. That's funnier now. Because, we do use Celsius, but seriously, just nah. Everybody thinks in freaking Fahrenheit and like centigrade out here, not fucking Celsius. Wow. Talk about some wind. We got about, a good 35 mile an hour, 40 mile an hour wind going right now. I'm not bullshitting. My truck's wobbling all over the place. I'm fucking I ain't even driving right now. I'm just sitting still. Honest to God, I'm parked. And this shit's wah, 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 wah. So it's kind of disguising my twitch. Hey, did you say twitch? Okay, so yeah, uh, dude. Now all I need is, I think, like I said, to extend that pawl a little bit so that it catches the rasp appropriate and turns this thing. Because you can see if I turn it with my finger, it does. Okay, it's just got to have the right amount of travel. Because when it gets stuck there, it gets stuck in that one position, and there's nothing there to catch on, as you can see down that side end. Once everything's lined up, there's nothing to catch on there. So it needs to twist. Yeah, those coastal winds coming in, man, they're gnarly. Right here, yeah, look, it's just, I can literally spin this thing like it's like a top. Easy. It spins easy. So that's one of the upsides of this upshot. Everything's coming together the way I designed it, the way I planned. It's just a matter of I got to get things righteous now, which, like I said, all comes down to this part. Uh, get into the plastics. Uh, Scariest shit you can do when working with an air gun, because plastics, they fall apart, man. They break so easy, and they're impossible to glue back together. So this is going to be a fun one. But yeah, I know, I just depressurize the system, break down, take it, pins out, and remember pins for certain places because every pin's a different size. And yeah, I know what I'm doing. It's just one of those. Uh, but I'm winning. Okay, there's the thing. Howdy ho, my children. Howdy ho, my friend. Whoa. Okay, that and the 17. So I got to put this back together so that at least it's assembled. Doesn't, nothing's hanging out, gonna get lost or something. Go. 17 is assembled. And it still looks fucking intimidating as fuck as a 17. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to get hit by that, but it's a tiny little fucking, it's tiny. It's not this thing, you know? You got that hole poking out at you, it'll make your butt pucker. Okay, there's those. That's awesome. Yeah, different size pins, more components, a lot more springs. There's more springs to an air gun, bro. Trust me, there are about like 3 to 4 more springs to an air gun than there are to a firearm. And yeah, all the pins are different sizes. Oh. So in the meantime, while that thing's not running right, y'all know I got that. I got my 22. That's one of my favorite guns. And I tell you what, I've never had something bark so loud as that, other than my 50 caliber. This 22 air pistol is just like blah, ba boom. Tell you what though, yeah, I get that 25 running, 100%, and well, shucks. There's a big difference between 22 and 25. I mean, let me see if I can get a size comparison in here. I should have some 22 ammo up here. Yep, there we go. And 25 ammo. So these are the smallest of each slug from Nielsen Ammunition. Okay. They are, they don't really sponsor my videos, but I like to shout them out because it's good air gun ammo. When I say good, it's the best. The best. They were the first making slugs, let's put it that way. So you've got your 22, you've got your 25. So there's a little bit bigger difference there, okay? You're throwing a lot bigger lead. And 25 is not a slouch little fucking round either. Let me put it this way. I put the smack down with a 25 on a rabbit at about 500 yards and I watched it fly, I'm telling you. And I didn't actually hit it in the head, which should tell you something. Most rabbits don't die unless you get a brain shot. Well, I damn near took this fucker in half. 500 yards with that 25 caliber rifle. So, as far as it goes, a 22 pistol, 25 pistol, you got a shorter barrel, but at the same time, if you can knowledgeably utilize your air gun, then there's a good possibility that coming out the other side, you're going to be all right. And when I say knowledgeably use your air guns, you should be all 100% up on game. Because an air gun is not like a firearm in many different aspects. Utilizing an air gun in defensive situations is about the same as using a firearm. However, homicide is different. Okay, the action of utilizing an air gun in homicide is considered to be, I think it's supposed to be supposedly more heinous than a firearm. So you got to be really careful and walk the line when you're using an air gun. It's important because with an air gun, you have to be more precise. You can be more precise, which means that you are more lethal in a sense, not less lethal like they think. Man, that's a funny joke for me, but so a lot of people would think differently, and I gotta say, no, it's honest to God truth. If you've ever fired an air pistol versus firing a firearm, you'll notice first off the bat that with an air pistol, you are entirely more accurate. Secondly, you'll notice that given the appropriate holdover, you can shoot out to a distance with the same amount of power. A lot of people have sat on the sidelines and not really paid attention to this. Women used to carry what was called a belly gun. That's a little BB gun, Derringer. 17 caliber. That's where we get our 17 caliber from. It was called a belly gun. And they'd carry them in their purse, or they'd carry them on, in their corset, or in a special little pouch that they would, a cummerbund that they would hold around their belly. Hence the word belly gun. Well, that's where we get that 17 caliber projectile. All right, that's where we even get the sizing for that as Americans. It's an actual historical size. Women would carry it for personal protection because prostitution was it was a thriving business in the old West. But at the same, when men get outrageously stupid, and it's like it's already been consented, think about that. Sometimes a woman has to have the ability to turn around and pop someone because they will not stop. Same goes for you and I. The difference is that now instead of using black powder, we're using air. Okay, little 17 caliber BB moving fast enough out of a pistol, like let me put it this way: you don't want to get hit by it hurt. It ain't necessarily going to kill you, but it'll hurt a lot coming out of like a black powder Derringer. Okay, Powerline 880. Yeah, it's almost like my 109, except my 109 was a 22. Okay, that little fucker right there. You wouldn't think it, but moving fast enough, like say from a black powder pistol, that little motherfucker hurts. It's going in, and it's gonna hurt. It ain't gonna kill you, but it's gonna hurt. And that's why belly guns were outlawed. Yeah, I'm a better shot with my air pistols and air rifle than I've ever was with a firearm, and I used to train with firearms every fucking day of my life, man. I love firearms because just reach the fuck out there, man. But if you know how to arc a fucking slug artillery style, man, you don't need a firearm. It's interesting. I love air guns for the reason that they've been advancing in ways that you cannot believe. Just projectiles for one, you know, other stuff, other things that I could fucking cite, man. I tell you, the other night I had on some long range projectiles. Hey, there we go. See, Nielsen also make these. These are hollow point boat tail slugs. And for a 25 caliber, man, that thing's monstrous. 54 grain. Them things will knock something down. That's like shooting a fucking 223. The only difference is it ain't moving as fast, It's the same grain weight slug. So, if you know how to actually arc around, man, terminal ballistics are just with an air gun, man, it's a little bit of a different fucking game. It's not like firearms are. With an air gun, you can get a bullet to stay straight in trajectory, even though it's coming down like this. Whereas with a firearm, as it starts to drop, the nose of the bullet will start to curve down. Something I've noticed about airgun projectiles versus a firearms projectile in the arc. And I only noticed that because of long range optics and whatnot. So take it or leave it, I can't exactly back that up with video proof, but I've got other videos that back up what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, firearm, you don't have to be close, but at the same time, hand to hand and all that, what happens when you are in that close, you know? Yeah, you can't always get your gun. So, what I like to practice is, you see in the John Wick movies and all that, I like to practice Kung Fu, all right? Specifically pointing, specifically safety on with air guns. You can pull the trigger with the safety on. It's an air gun, okay? And it just sits there and rotates your magazine. That's all it is. Well, if you can deploy in under 3 seconds, you're spec ops, okay? Let me point that out because everybody can deploy in under 3 seconds using the appropriate styles. And that includes somebody using an air gun, that includes somebody using a fucking crossbow. All right. I can cock and load a crossbow and have it ready to rock in about 5 seconds. I've heard that, but you know what? When I was in militia training, we got taught a lot of rhymes in order to remember our training. Um, 369 every time, never 11. Your pectoral blooded. Basically, never have your gun in a place where when you crimp up when you curl up your body and you curl up your legs, it should never be in a zone where by you curling up, you're going to end up pulling the trigger by some way, somehow. It's a risk you can't take. So, most people 6'9", that's the best way to go. And I'm totally with that. If you can't, I mean, not 6 and 9, 3 and 9, that's the best way to go. If you can't do 3 and 9, I normally say go for a 6 o'clock hole. All right. Because yes, it's more difficult to protect in the instance of trying to keep a mad group of people away from your gun. But if you're trying to keep a mad group of people away from your gun, it's not in your fucking hand and you're an idiot. That's what I'm talking about, man. Militia training. There's a big difference there. You learn things there's folks that are fucking just sitting there going, man, I wish I had that. I'm telling you, man. Well, that's a good holster to have at Kydex. But if you have like the soft wall Kydex sheaths, the soft wall Kydex holsters, they tend to warp and wear. So if you're going to have a Kydex sheath, have a hard hold, not soft hold. And that means that it should click into your Kydex. It shouldn't just be, the one where it just slips right in like it going into a felt covered Kydex. There are two different kinds. Matter of fact, I have the felt kind. Yeah, it like I was saying before, if you're going to be 6 o'clock carry, you should already have your gun out by the time people are getting to you. Okay. If you can't get your gun out by that point in time, ha! Whoa, shit, son. Whoa. Fucking talk about fucking getting me up and on one, man. I was ready with a fucking BB gun at that point. Oh, That thing had just come running past me. I was like, holy fuck. Oh, you know, if you don't have a good holster, oh, it was just a fucking, oh my God. It's just a deer, guys. Oh, scared the fuck out of me for certain when it came clippity clopping across that fucking hard gravel, dirt, desert hard pan. Oh, 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 my heart. Don't do that to me. Oh, that had me going, man. I had just natural reaction. What pistol's in my hand? Come up. Oh, mother. Oh, uh, breathe, breathe. I thought for a second it was something dangerous. Oh, oh. Wow. Woosah, motherfucker. Woosah. So I am in the middle of nowhere, back where I was before, coming to you live from the middle of the desert with nothing good around. So you can try to get in here if you want, and I'm not gonna tell you no, and I ain't gonna fucking kick you out, and I ain't gonna make. Well, I'm gonna make sure that you can come back in. So. No, I ain't gonna shoot. No, I ain't gonna shoot unless I got fucking full license. Remember, California, they're so far up your ass you could taste their breath. Probably brush their teeth for them. Oh, hell, they were so far up my ass tonight when I was just trying to get back to my place to make sure that everything was battened down for the landowner because the landowner just pulled up at his place. So I figured I'd get out for a little while, talk to y'all, chat, and see what's going on because I could use the fucking break. Oh, my back, my back, my neck, and my back. So, right, let me see here. Can we post a host? Yes, we can. Thank you. All right. Man, things getting a little dusty out here. Keeping that window open for my smoke. I don't want to sit here and die from trying to hotbox tobacco. Oh, secondhand smoke ain't no good for you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I laughed myself off. Yep. Commie-phonia. Fucking, you know what? They're gonna be fucking kicking me out soon. I ain't gonna be here no more. I can't stand it. That fucking place is killing me, man. Wow. Where in the hell is this storm coming from? Pardon moi. I had a good dinner tonight. Pork ribs and cornbread and green beans. Ooh, man, it was good. Oh, it's only a matter of time, I tell you. I'll be getting my stuff together and heading on my own way. Mm-hmm. I know it. I'm working on it, brother. I tell you, I'm working on it. I wanted to manufacture this shit right up underneath their noses, you know what I mean? Just kind of one of those last, fuck you, and the horse you came in on with. One last good Geronimo. You know what I'm saying? One last good hoorah. Got chunks of metal coming past me right now, acting like freaking tumbleweeds. Whoa, that's not scary at all. Whoa, Jesus. Oh yeah, watch them pass some BS law as soon as I get out of fucking California. Like you can't have fucking air guns or firearms or nothing or some shit like that. Or no, like fucking what Newsom's been pushing. Fucking. Oh yeah, no, I heard about that, dude. They can't even have airsoft guns. That made me right pissed. Cause, dude, how are our compatriots from down under supposed to go and train you know their citizenry to be able to repel attack? I mean, that's one of the reasons they were able to repel the Japanese, back in World War II, was that they actually had a citizen militia. Oh my goodness. They did have a citizen militia. It just wasn't like ours. What? Are you fucking shitting me? Holy fuck. J- they're because they look real. And y'all fucking tell me, I ain't gonna say that because y'all ain't you guys here, but fucking, there's some people that I've been dealing with lately. Y'all tell me, and well, that's what I want to say to them because yeah, they're just like the Nazis. They disarm people before taking over, and they've just recently realized that air guns are as powerful as a fucking firearm now. Thank God for good patriotic folks like me. I got sick and tired of it. I said, you know what? Fuck this shit. There are good patriots out there that are felons and can never own a firearm again in their lives, but they love this country and they love the ability that they have to be able to, shoot air guns. And now they're going to try and take that shit too? Oh, no, 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 son. You lost a good citizen, son. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm on my own. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on with. I got fucking Geronimo damn mentality. Going Geronimo was his real name, not Geronimo. Geronimo's the freaking yell of the airborne, or no, air cav. Airborne is airborne. Yeah, huge. Yeah, I got things are working out for me as the way as I planned. I'm working hard at it. Yes, he could have. Thing kicks about like a 30-30, but it's quite a bit more powerful than a 22 long rifle. About the power of an elephant gun. You got about a half, a quarter ton of force behind that bullet. A lot of people don't know that. You got about 500 foot-pounds. It's just enough to kill a. See, yeah, they tried to do the same damn thing to me, save for the fact that because in California, uh, if you had a drug felony for a long time, you couldn't have a firearm. Now you can. You just have to work it out, with the government and work that shit through. You got to show competency and all that crap. So, but yeah, no, they won't let you. For people who have ever been charged, okay, this is not convicted. You don't even have to be convicted in the state of California. All you have to be is charged with uh, an intent to harm self or others. Baker 5150 Act. Uh, and then have it as a confirmed Baker 5250, which is that's how they fucking basically fuck you. You can never purchase a firearm again in your life in the state. Anywho, so you got to move out or go find another place that'll actually let you, which I think is absolutely fucked. Um, but so I can't have actual firearm, but I can have an air gun. A long time ago, I got a fucking Baker 5150 because I scared some people because I was so angry because of what happened to my daddy. And then just recently, folks thought I would go nuts, so they locked my ass up without even saying, word one. And they schemed a whole bunch of shit about it. And I'm just uncovering that pretty much. Yep, all they need is two signatures for that particular one. They've been trying to push that through Congress. They want sheep with guns that they can point in a direction and use. America weren't sheep. We were wolves once. True wolves. In every sense of the word, we were good, honest, loyal, true to the pack. It wasn't a situation of, oh, yeah, dude, they had to release me. They could not hold me. The psych doctor actually said that there's no possible way that this man is mentally ill. He is competent in every sense of the word. In fact, he even caught on to the fact that I was drinking, which is saying something because it's impossible to smell alcohol at 20 feet through a fucking glass window. So, yeah, no, dude, I'm more competent than some people think. I've got all my faculties and all my senses. All right. And the sad fact of the matter is that just because I've been charged, okay, I can never have a gun again. That's fucked up. All right. And it's because of lackadaisical people here in the state of California. Thinking that, oh, well, if I don't, maybe they shouldn't have this or maybe they shouldn't have that. And what makes me so different from y'all? I'm just going to ask. What? Because I made a couple of fucking mistakes and showed people my emotions when I was younger. Let me tell you something, Matt. An emotional man is not a dangerous man. A dangerous man is somebody who's backed into a corner. That's a dangerous man. It's just like, you know, wounding a bear. They figure they can't run no more. So all that they can do is turn and fight. And I've been driven to that. Well, I'd say that. California is bad. Yeah, a scared man is the most dangerous thing on earth. Now, that's why I refuse to be afraid. I've been held up to the fire. I've been tested in a lot of different ways. I fear nothing. And I have to be that way because if I'm scared, if I get scared, then my own friends can't trust me. All right. And that's something I could never allow. I can't have it so my own friends can't trust me. I want them to be able to trust me to do the hard things when it's necessary. Because it's not like I'm unfeeling. It's just that, when the shit hits and the chips are down, you got to have somebody with a fucking pair of balls. Sometimes shit gets real bad, and even a man with a pair of balls will break down. But you know what? I have to be the stronger one, and it really fucks with me, dude. Like, you cannot believe. Sometimes I'm not strong enough to keep on going, I think. Then I just got to remember that my friends are there waiting for me. They're asking, they're being, and they're doing what I'm asking them to do, which is to live. To live because in a place where, you can't live because this place is no place for a human being. This is hell. You want to see what happens in fucking United States when, overseas influence destroys our very, our fundamentals as a country. Come to California. You'll have enough in about fucking 3 days. I guarantee it. Don't just go anywhere in California. Go to Los Angeles. You'll understand what I mean. I want out of California so goddamn bad it makes me itch. You know, I don't hate any man, but I tell you what, I do hate fucking what people stand for in this goddamn state. Ain't nothing here for us. Ain't no good people left. I was having a conversation with a friend the other night about this. There ain't a whole lot of good folk in California. Sure, there's good folk, but there are so few in this state, boy, make you want to cry. And every single one of them seem like they're all in the country. Ain't one of them in the city. And I figure, that's probably for the best because city folk are fucking crazy. Hell, I'm dealing with my boss earlier today, just and he drove 6 hours straight so we can fix a down line, and he wants to argue that Biden is fucking making this country great again. I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? Have you read these fucking orders or something, man? Because the last time I looked, it was blank papers. Yep, I don't want to be here. I like to see the rest of the country, and see what y'all are up to before I get too much older and have to settle down. There won't be much left. But I'm thankful. I tell you that. Biden's gun policies, man, no, it won't. Because let me point something out to you. In order to get an impeachment, you have to have three-quarters House. I mean, three-quarters House and Senate, which means he ain't going to be impeached, son. I mean, look at what they did to Trump. You know, private citizen, and he gets impeached. No longer a fucking sitting president. He's just a president in the other senses of the word. It's his concern to be up for the national defense and protect the United States. Be part of that brain trust. Oh yeah, he'll get impeached by the people. I fucking know it already, dude. He's already been impeached by the people. Fuck. The people basically said, "Get your fucking ass up out here." And you know what? They didn't even want him in. Jesus, man. Biden and fucking just as bad as Obama. I'd say, Biden was the fucking driving force behind Obama. Just because, when you come from a fucking country in Africa like that, first thing you're going to do is you're going to make it so that, everybody has the ability to protect themselves so that shit could never happen again, right? Well, no. I think that the driving force behind Obama was actually Joe Biden. And that motherfucker is sleepering us. Yeah. I normally watch the inauguration. I didn't this year. I thought it was an affront to the station of the United States presidents. A presidency. Sorry. I thought it was an insult outright because it was not an impartial and proper vote. I know it. Yeah, sure. Biden screwed over. Trump screwed over a bunch of folks back in his business days. That's called fucking business. You're in business to make money, which means that he is there to do that fucking solely. Yeah, when you're a businessman, you got to be cutthroat. So fucking what? I was hoping that he'd be just as cutthroat as he was a businessman as a president. He wasn't. He was a little bit laid back, in all honesty. At least in my opinion. In my opinion, you need to be cutthroat as a president because everybody is trying to detract from you. And if you are representative of the people, then you have to be that cutthroat, mean son of a bitch that gets the job done. A lot of people hated Trump for that because he was a businessman. All right. And that's, like I said, I wish he carried the cutthroat personality over. Now, that being said, he did protect our rights. He did say that the Second Amendment is the highest priority. he did say, and I quote, that our country is great because of our Constitution and because of its citizens. Yeah, almost every gun-related crime comes from people who don't have a CCW. Yeah, no, almost every gun-related crime comes from the instance of a citizen, or I wouldn't even say a citizen, the instance of those with interest to do harm. Okay, it doesn't have to be somebody who does or does not have a CCW. It could be somebody who's just, carrying concealed because they're carrying concealed, and they walk into a store and then they see somebody with a full register or something, and they think, oh well, I'm going to steal all that. See, it's a spur of the moment thing, and unfortunately, you can never guard against it without having a fully armed populace. You just can't. If one guy's going to be dumb enough to do that, you got to have 5 or 6 other guys in that fucking place that are moral, you know, and that's the only way that works. So I'm gonna be getting out of Cali. I'm gonna be getting out of freaking off the West Coast if I can help it, because yeah, I'm gonna be going. I'm going southeast, lower the Mason Dixon line, and hoorah! Let's have the South rise again. Fuck the bullshit. I'm pretty sure that's where I'm gonna be ahead. I got situation of I got to go and fucking take care of some responsibilities. Move some stuff for my mama, and get my brother introduced up north where he's going to have other folks that are like him. Because he's less the gun toter and more the hand-to-hand combat fighter. Uh, but yeah, I'm gonna be moving myself out of here probably next couple of years to the point where I'm gonna be, over other side of the continental divide. I done had enough of this place, man. Yep. Gun laws only hurt law abiding citizens. You're right. Absolutely. And, this is one of the reasons why I don't want for a fucking left leaning government, no matter what. For serious. If laws are being written into place that are contra to the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights in any way, shape, or form, they are treason, an act of treason by constitutional standard. And they should be treated as such, along with those who try to write those laws in, and my personal opinion. Yep, like I said, I'm gonna be getting out of California come hell or high water. If I gotta fucking walk across the goddamn river, you watch, brother. I ain't fucking around now. I will be out of this place. Tell you what, when I get my old little spot of heaven, and I'll know it when I see it, what I'm looking for. I'm looking for trees and forests, a little bit up in the mountain sun with some clean water, lots of wildlife, you know, good growing areas, and righteous gun law. If there is any gun law, righteous, you know, I'm talking Second Amendment protection zones and shit. You get you get to carry whatever the fuck you goddamn well please, so long as you are capable and willing to protect other people. That's what I'm looking for. Second Amendment protection zones. Because at this point, there ain't nothing here in California, man. Not even down to where it was red. Nothing but crazy people and cowards. I've said it before. I say it again. Communism breeds cowardice. In the hearts and minds of men. The right to protect yourself, your family, your friends, by whatever means may come to hand, is that ability of the United States militia. It is the armed citizen, a citizen of the mind, armed by mental and physical capabilities to defend their home and their commonwealth. And commonwealth being their community. Now, Second Amendment is not necessarily to overthrow our government, but it is to overthrow a corrupt government or a tyrannical government, which is in the interest of harming the American citizen. Beyond that, we are supposed to work with the government to protect American citizens in our day-to-day life. You know, a lot of folks think that the militia is just for overthrowing government and therefore they should be branded as terrorists. It's not the case. We have a twofold job, actually threefold, fourfold even, if you want to go into it. We are to protect the Commonwealth, meaning protect our communities. We are to stand well trained because that is, what we may need in order to attach ourselves to military in the instance of an invasion. Okay. We are to be ready at a moment's notice to stand to the defense of our kinfolk and the commons, meaning, your square of influence. You can be additional protection for even for the police. That is an instance of action for the militiaman. You are an added gun. You're there to protect police officers, believe it or don't. It's one of the duties of the militia. And then the final duty of the militia is the one that we all know. And that is to overthrow or to depose corrupt or tyrannical government that is in the interest of creating despotism amongst the people of the United States. Those are the main mandates. And if you want to think about it, yeah, we're supposed to be there 100% of the time. That's why American citizens are nowadays standing up and starting to learn about the militia. And that's why I actually have a platform here and I'm speaking. It's, you know, a situation of we all need to be more on that line, ready to hold that line, to protect ourselves, our families, our friends, and our community. At the same time as to be ready to depose those who are in the interest of causing harm to the community at large, being the United States. If there is ever an interest of harm, it is our duty, not just our job. A lot of folks don't get what the difference between duty and job is. And I've had a lot of police think that, that there is no difference. And I'm sorry to say, there is a big difference between duty and job, especially for police officers. If you're a police officer, your duty is to keep the peace, to protect and serve. If you are out there to be, a beat cop, if you are a detective, your duty is to go and investigate and procure information which leads back to an individual or something, that's happened. It creates understanding of the circumstances. As a Minuteman, your duty is to be that third line of defense, that protection where others cannot be, because there are those who are disabled and injured and whatnot and incapable of carrying a gun or mentally incapable of understanding the differences and whatnot. So as a militiaman, that's your duty, is to protect those people. So, I spend a lot of time out there just figuring out who's what and where and why. A lot of folks that walk around, they're living in a la-la land, especially in California. They don't understand that not only is it their right, but it's their duty. Unfortunately. And by not following their duties, they're giving into this thought of the police are always there to protect me. Here's the thing. The police are not always there to protect you. When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Yeah, some places the police don't answer the fucking phones no more. And some places, the police, it might take you, it might take them an hour and a half to get to where you're at just because of the situation. And in that time, you've got to control the situation. That's part of being a Minuteman. The Minuteman has to be there on the minute, on the hour, every second. That's the big deal about it. There's a reason why they're called Minutemen. All right? Ready in a minute, or ready in minutes, ready for days. And that's the those rhymes I was talking about, or training rhymes. Ready in minutes, ready for days, because you are there, ready, armed, and capable within minutes of being given the phone call. You are set to deploy. Move your ass, And when you get that call, you get into position and whatnot. You're already there. You're already set. You're armed. You're ready to go. You're all prepped up for whatever you've got to face, and there you go. So for me, it would probably take about 30 minutes to get into town from where I'm at. That being said, I'm not on a deployment, so I'm happy. Yeah, the police being used as first responders for triage nurse and whatnot. This is why the 13. This is why militia, because when you can't turn to the police, you've got first responders. When you can't turn to the paramedics, you've got somebody with some medical knowledge who can save somebody's ass right there. That's what I'm talking about. Community emergency response teams. They are some of the best. All right. You want to talk about, training that I went through before becoming militia. That was part of it. Okay. I started with the CERT team. I went to VERT team, which is the Veterinary Emergency Response Team. I went through all of these things. Firearm safety and training is the start. That's the start of all this. That's where you get into the mentality of, I have responsibility, because now I understand I have the power over life and death. I have to be very wary and careful about how I do that. It's a great way of learning responsibility and discipline. Now, that being said, certain training apparatus and whatnot that are non-lethal first, and then moving into the less than lethals, and then moving into the lethals, and then moving into the highly lethals, gradual baby steps. Don't start them off with the fucking super lethals, like big bore air guns. Just don't. Because, monkey gonna look down barrel. A lot of people don't realize that that's a fucking big reason why California has a problem with it, with people letting your kids have guns. Well, because monkey gonna look down barrel. That's why I say training apparatus, an appropriate training apparatus for at least about a year, so that they can show they've got competence, they've proven competence. My dad did the same thing with me. I got started off with a busy Red Ryder, and I was told, you shoot at cans. You do not shoot at bottles. You do not shoot at any other thing. You shoot at aluminum cans. And one day I turned a can down on its side, and I said, okay, I'm going to shoot at the bottom. My daddy come running out the back door, said, no, you don't. And then he said, put on some glasses first, then go ahead and shoot that bottom of that can, and you'll understand why. So I shot the bottom of the can, and it bounced back and ricocheted back and came back towards me and whizzed past my head. My dad said, now do you understand? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, all right, now that you understand that projectiles can come back, I'm going to give you something that's a little bit more powerful than this, so that you can do more training, son. And he bought me my first air rifle, which was a Powerline 109 22 caliber. And he said, you're going to learn to hunt with this gun. And I did. And I was good. I was scary good. So, I went and I did a lot of training with that. And then my daddy moved me up to a 22 long rifle and said, all right, son, now you've proven to me that you can handle a lethal weapon. You can use my 22 long rifle till we get you one. Oh yeah, I had a fucking awesome teacher. Both my dad and John from the Prepared Mind channel. He taught me how to shoot a firearm appropriately. See, my daddy got me a 22 long rifle, and right about that point in time, that's when John started working with my dad as his electrician on the house. And John saw me one day out back planking with my air gun, because I couldn't shoot a 22 long rifle. It was in city limits, in Utah. So you can't shoot 22 long. Anyways, and that was right about the time that they made that law, a thing. You couldn't shoot firearms within city limits in Ogden, Utah. Was when I was about 8.5, almost 9 years old. So I kept on practicing with my air rifle and getting good. And John came out one day from working inside the house, and he says, shit, son, I need to get you shooting a real gun. I said, I'd love to. I love real guns. And he said, all right, well, we'll work it out. I'll work it out with your dad. And I said, I'd love that. I'd really appreciate it. My dad come, later on that day, he come home and John was still working on some of the electrical wiring and whatnot, and putting some spackle in, and doing the stuff. Anyways, so that he mentioned it to my dad over a cup of some good old homebrew that we was making, and I come running in, Uncle Scott, did you tell Dad already? And he said, yeah, I told him about it, and he said we should try it out, we should check it out. And so my dad went and he got himself a pistol, a Beretta P26 from it was the civilian version of the M9, if that makes any sense. It's got like an extra thumb safety or some shit. Anyways, and it carries like, I think it was like 4 rounds less or something stupid. Anyways, it's 13 round gun, and he brought that to the range, and I brought my 22, and John, he brought a Scar and 308 99 Savage. It was a beautiful gun, and he ended up giving me that gun afterwards. I ain't never found it nowheres, but it got stolen. Anywho, he brought that gun, and he brought a 22 long rifle conversion kit for the car 15, the Paracar. Is what CAR 15 paratrooper version, had the fold out stock, and it would swap through the different different speeds and whatnot. You had semi-auto, you had full auto. It's nice. It was a select fire. And with that 22 long rifle conversion kit, that was one of the fucking funnest shit to ever do, man. We shot his 270, we shot his 300 Win Mag. That thing roared like a beast, man. Only one shot I ever heard. He only shot one shot because those things were fucking expensive, man, back in the day. But he shot one of them things, and man, that thing roared like a fucking Wookiee in heat. I tell you, louder than my fucking 50 cal. That's for certain. Thing that spat fire for a good 5 feet out the front end. I was like, oh my god, it was so cool. And so anyways, it come down to it, and we're packing up at the end of the day, and John, he turns around to my daddy and he says, you know what, your kid handled those firearms so freaking well, I want to give him that 308. Literally gave it to my dad to give to me. That was supposed to be my gun on my 14th birthday. Yeah, there will be a surge in gun theft and B&Es, that's for certain. They passed that fucking gun registry, and I've known it for the longest time. I've fought gun registry since the day I was fucking a youngin'. I tried speaking out. I've tried making every difference I could as a young cat, like 8, 9 years old, and people were like, you're being too loud. No, motherfucker, I ain't being too loud. I'm not being loud enough. That was my stance. And so, it just, after all, I guess I kind of raised a few eyebrows. Like, why is this kid so fucking outspoken? It's because I grew up probably about 8 houses down from a fucking bunch of gangbangers who were selling a bunch of drugs and shit out their house, and they had fucking B&Es all the time, and people breaking into their house and fucking shooting up the whole block and shit. And yeah, after a while, my daddy got tired of fucking replacing the front window at our house. We had this huge outlook window that you could see the mountain from it. It was beautiful. Yeah, why wouldn't they go for the easier prey? I hear that. I hear that. That's something that, when you think like a predator, go for the easiest prey you can possibly get after, right? What's the easiest prey when it comes down to fucking breaking in shit and stealing shit? That'd be the person who is not at all times on that fucking hair trigger on that wire, and surrounded by fucking guns. Yeah, that's precisely why I started getting into the fucking shit I've been getting into and working on what I've been working on. Air guns, they're the way of the future, in my opinion. Specifically because they're easier to defend from when people who are untrained get their hands on them. If you're an untrained shootist with an air gun, you ain't gonna fucking hit shit. You're end up gonna piss off somebody rather than fucking stop them from killing someone. Tell you that right now. I know about air guns, getting shot by them, all that shit. I mean, that's a scar right there, right there, where a pellet went into my face. I know it ain't easy to see, but you can see there's a hole where it hit, and all this right here, that's all. That was all blown open when I got hit. It's all scar tissue right there. So yeah, that's why I often say to folk, you think it's just an air gun, son. You ain't gonna like physics no more. Yeah, I see air guns being used more and more for self-defense. You betcha, and often too. A lot. I've seen people. I've seen a few folks actually pull an air gun to fucking defend themselves in my own fucking everyday, being. They didn't need to shoot a round, not a single one. They didn't even have to fucking, do nothing more than brandish the weapon. The motherfucker was all like, I'm out of this. And it was a fucking air pistol. I listened to the guy, he's sitting there. He's like, yeah, that motherfucker booked ass, and we're sitting there chatting it up. He's like, oh, yeah, this is just a little fucking air gun. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, dude, it just looks like a badass air fucking gun. I mean, it just looks like a badass firearm. It's a little fucking Colt Defender, little itty bitty fucking air gun, air pistol, kind of like my Walther. You know, it looks intimidating, but it's just a BB gun. And yeah, fucking his Colt Defender was just a BB gun. Scared the motherfucker off, and that's all that he needed. He didn't actually have to pull the trigger. A lot of the time, you don't actually have to pull the trigger. Sometimes you do have to pull the trigger, and that's why I'm building the 25. Because when you have to pull the trigger, you need to kill. And it's not a question anymore. When you have to pull the trigger, it came to a point where, in a defensive situation, you had to kill. And you didn't have another choice. That's why I look at my 22 air pistol as like, this thing right here is just enough. All right. It's not great, but it's the best option I've got right now. And it's the best option that most people have got right now. Unfortunately, in the state of California, 22 caliber is the best you've got. Now, that's not to say that, if you could find an air pistol in 25 caliber, you wouldn't have issues with it, because a lot of air pistols are not made specifically with 25 caliber in mind. This one I'm modding in order to make it so that it is specifically made for 25 caliber in mind. That's the whole idea. I want, this gun that is shooting massive fucking bullets, man. These things are fucking not tiny. Let me see. Oh, yep, 25 cal slugs. I haven't really polished this thing out yet, so it's still got some of the scale on it. But, look at that. That's beautiful. No sticking out on either side. But at the same time, that's a fucking round, man. And yeah, I don't care what anyone says, that will stop an attacker. Near point blank range, that's gonna say, wake up, motherfucker, you just done fucked up. The beautiful thing is that this thing's sealed. Yeah, I wouldn't take chest shots with a 25. If you're going to be having to get in close and personal, like I said, the fatal triangle from nose tip to the sides of the eyes. All right? And all inside of there. That fatal triangle is where you're going to make the most, make the most out of your gun. Because you got all this sinus material up here. A 50 caliber air pistol. Bro, that's a fucking wrist breaker. If I were to make a 50 caliber air pistol, that thing would be a daggum wrist breaker. I tell you. Jesus. Well, let's see here. If I make fucking 50 caliber air gun, I'd want to have more than just one shot. Let's be honest. Even with a 50 cal, you want more than one round. What was that pepper ball gun in? What was the caliber again? I think it was like 69 caliber or something like that, just a little bit bigger than a 50 caliber. And it shot balls, so, rubber balls and paint balls. So there is that one. It's got about a 10-shot mag to it. Or no, a 6-shot magazine. But, the fact of the matter is that you're still shooting from a CO2, CO2 chamber, and it's not got a whole lot of oomph. Terminal ballistics is everything when it comes down to self-defense. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're able to throw something that fucking big and that heavy at about 300 feet per second, ain't nothing going to want to get in front of it, son. That's going to hurt. It might kill. At 350 feet per second, that's something. Now, that's what this particular system is rated for with those 17s, is 350 feet per second. I think I can up the ante just a little bit by putting that air charge in here, because if you diesel it, you can get up to about 1,500 feet per second. So that's the whole idea with that. That I'm going to be setting this thing up to actually rock, man. But yeah, that's so cool, man. I got an air gun magazine that works. And yeah, that is fucking so cool. I think I'll load this up just to see what it looks like for y'all and for myself, I'll load this magazine up just to see what it looks like. It don't work yet, but when it works, it's going to be something else, boy. having to do this small step by small step, you know, one step for man, one giant leap for mankind sort of thing. So yeah. Oh man. Oh man. That is so nice. Them slugs actually fit. Holy crap. I'm giggling, man, because this is so much hard work. This is just a giggle fest. This was so much hard work just to get here. And you know what? One of them ain't exactly all done up, right? You can see it sticking out the back end there. Let's see if I can. Okay, there. See that? That one's sticking out the back end. So it needs a little bit more polish up. But, you know, I mean, imagine that. It looks fucking awesome, man. And yeah, them hollow points, they expand. So this one's going to be something else. It's going to make the freaking it's going to make people in fucking high places mad. I'll say that much. Oh, yep, that right there. I know it looks flawless because I worked really hard on that one. And I still got a little bit of modification to get to before it's done. But man, that thing is fucking awesome. PPG guard is fucking near done. I'm ecstatic, man. This is like, you know, and all of that. This thing right here was a part that you can order on Amazon. All right. So I didn't even have to build this shit. That's fucking also phenomenal right there. Yeah, it's all flawless, man. It's one of those. Mm, I'm so happy. Because I am going to have the ability to have the talk and the walk with this here. That's going to be the beautiful part of this, is that as an air pistol for close range combat, it doesn't matter if it's air or if it's fucking powder or whatnot. Both of them are moving lead. Both of them are lethal. And you know, a lot of folks have said, "Oh well, air guns aren't lethal." I go, "Fucking you, man! I fucking got hit in the face with a 22. That was enough to make me think twice." I never fucking played war again with my friends. I'll tell you that much. After I got shot in the face with a pellet, never again. And that son bitch hurt. Like, it doesn't matter, okay, if it's one or the other. Lead is lead, and it hurts. I got shot with a pointed pellet. I didn't even get shot with one of these fucking hollow points, man. Yeah, fuck. I could imagine what one of these fucking hollow points would do. My goodness. You want to talk about wrecking somebody's day? They ain't coming back after that. One round says good night. Shit, that's why I put so much into it, you know? Oh, yes. That's right. I have. Uh-huh. My arm doesn't reach that. I got it. So, here we are. You know, far as it goes, somebody touch up that Whitey Ford. Listen to some What It's Like while I burn some of the finest green. You know what I'm saying? That right there, 100% homegrown. Yeah, that 50 cal, I thought when I first saw I went and I did some research on it because I was when I was younger, my dream was to go hunting with my dad just one more time, go boar hunting, wild pig hunting. And I didn't realize at the time, but my dad was pretty much a big pussy. You know, he was all big and bad when he was younger, man, but once he started to get up there in age, he started to be a bit of a big pussy. Anyways, I'd wanted to get, a proper rifle to go do that. And my daddy told me, we'll get a 243. And I said, okay, well, that sounds like a good deer round. Might take down a fucking, a smaller porker, and so I was getting into that. And that's about the time that I caught that 5150. And I said, well, this won't do anymore. I need to do some serious research because I couldn't pull back a bow. Well, I could, and I was really good with a bow. But my problem is that, it tore my back up. It literally tore my back up because I have scoliosis. So pulling back a bow hurts without me being injured. Okay. Now I'm injured. I continue to have this trauma scar on my stomach and it'll never go away, and if I pull a bow, there's a likelihood I'll pop a hernia. So knowing all of this, I said, all right, I need to get me an air gun. And I need to get one that's right and proper because that would actually be according to law. So I looked into some of these more big bore air guns because a buddy of mine, well, a buddy of my uncle's, was sitting down there one day on the boat dock, and he had himself an Air Force, I think Air Force Talon in 30 cal. And that thing was something else, man. He was hitting shit on the other side of the river, and I was like, I have got to get me one of these. So I went and I looked into them and I looked into pricing and I was like, oh my God, these fucking things are expensive, man. Yeah, I used to be really good with a bow. Now I can't. It hurts so much for me to pull back a bow, dude. It's like somebody taking a white hot fucking coat hanger wire and pressing that against my stomach and then pushing it in as it, going down into my abs with it. That's what it feels like because I got a big old scar runs down my abs. So I need to have something I can do it with. Well, like I said, I looked into those Texans and they were, the Air Force and whatnot, and they were expensive. So I said, well, I got to find me a cheaper variety, something that I can handle, something I can deal with, something that'll do what I want it to do. And so I looked at them and I saw that there was, the 45, and the Air Force had a 50 cal Texan for a little while, and then they stopped that. But Sam Yang has a 50 caliber, and that's when I said, well, if I remember anything from my younger years, it's that my old man's 50 caliber fucking horse leg, that sumbitch would fucking knock down a deer at fucking 500 yards. And that was just a pistol, So if this thing's anywhere close to as powerful as a fucking 50 caliber long rifle, like you got 22 long rifle, 50 caliber long rifle, or long Colt was the designation for those pistol rounds. If you got something that's as powerful as a 50 caliber long Colt, son, you got something. That thing reach out and touch something. And yeah, with that extra long barrel that my daddy had on his his hog leg, his horse leg, that thing was a nice pistol, but it wasn't no fucking rifle. This air gun, it's a rifle. It's a big one, son. It take down a fucking bull moose like that. I saw up in Alaska, there was a fella that did a hunt. There was a fella that did a hunt with a 50 caliber Sam Yang and went and shot a bull moose in the throat. Was actually able to pin it through its freaking its bleeder in the throat, and it went down. Like within about 10 paces, that thing was on the fucking ground. And I said, dude, an air gun did that. 1,500-pound Alaskan bull moose. I gotta get me one of these. And yeah, I got me a 50 cal, man. That's back when I think that was going around the internet. It was a video that was folks were like, they were really kind of being real protective of it because of all the snowflakes and whatnot. But yeah, that I wish I could pull that one up. 50 cal takes Alaskan moose. 50 cal air gun takes Alaskan moose. It was one of those once in a lifetime fucking. You never get to see this shit happen again because the guy was so fucking accurate. He dropped it, and Fish and Wildlife Conservancy got a hold of that shit and they fucking made a piss about it. So you can't hunt fucking moose with a fucking air gun no more. You can still hunt deer in some states though. So there is that. Oh yeah, that 50 caliber long Colt was a fucking wrist breaker, man. That thing was like, the 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum now is probably just a little bit longer than that 50 caliber long Colt, man. And that long Colt, that thing that was some snappy shit. They, for up until the 44 Magnum came around, the 50 caliber long Colt was the most powerful handgun in the world. So, I don't want to hear anyone say, "Oh, that bullshit." Yeah, that thing was fucking little rinky-dink fucking long Colt. Yeah, those are awesome little rails. No, I'm joking. I'm joshing y'all. That thing fucking tear a man's arm off. Yeah, wild man. He'd hunt anything with his 50 cal Sam Yang. He said he would. Man, me too. I dropped a 450-pound hog like it was a sack of taters. It ran 40 paces into some brush and fucking toppled over. 50 caliber Sam Yang, man, that thing will drop a goddamn bull moose like it was nothing. It'd drop a bear, I'd say. I'd be willing to hunt a bear with it. I'll say that. I'd take a bear with a 50 cal. My Sam Yang, I'd take a bear. And I'd have no fear in my heart about it neither. I'd drop that bear. Hell, I get that right with that ball shot because it's a lot more accurate than the slugs are for some weird fucking reason. You take that 50 caliber ball shot and you put it right in the fucking right over the top of their eye. Bear on the ground. Now I heard bear tastes a little bit like greasy beef. If you get the right ones. If you get black bear, tastes like greasy beef. If you get coastal bears, like coastal black bear, coastal brown bear, they are more along the lines of tasting like fish because it's about all they eat. Fish and basically not non-edible scrub. Hey man, I'd take a bar with that. You bet your ass. I got my K bar on my side just in case, That knife right there, kill a bar. That boy right there, that'll kill a bar. You just got to know that you've got to be ready to pull that motherfucker and not stop stabbing. You know, you might be dying, but you better kill that bear, because otherwise that bear's going to eat you while you're still screaming. That's why I carry that fine knife. I like it. You know, I do a lot of fun stuff. I do crazy shit sometimes, and sure, you know, I've heard from folks, and I wouldn't do that. That's crazy. I go, yeah, well, that's just living, son, and that's living at the height of it. You want to actually enjoy your life and pursue your happiness, take risks. You ain't gonna get nowhere till you take a risk. Ooh, man, that wind though, blowing so hard it wants to blow my truck over. Sitting here shaking on it. You notice my head going back and forth, right? It looks kind of funny, just like bobblehead. Ouch. So, yeah, almost got the PPG guard done. I almost got everything else done. You know, I carry bear deterrent tack spray just in case, because we do get bears down here in the South United States, Southwest. You know, folks don't know it, but we do get bears. They walk right through the fucking desert. They don't give a shit. So, yes, sir. I got all my gear set, you know, setting basically here in my truck, just waiting to be used as usual. It's so fucking windy out here. I couldn't fucking see myself as, you know. Let's see here. What you got for me, Tom? Yeah, alligator is weird meat. It all depends on how much fat is in it. Um, tail meat's the one that tastes the most like chicken. And its legs taste more like fish. Wow, that wind though. Oh man. Damn, son. That must be coming down from up there in Colorado, where old Spike was the other yesterday or whatnot, having all them winds, man. Oh, rough. Uh, yeah, you know, that was a point. I figured, you know, you don't go walking around with dangerous items unless you're going to carry the equipment to be able to take care of an injury may come about from it. You know, if I shoot myself, ain't nobody coming to my rescue. I got to know how to take care of that shit. If somebody else shooting it, fucking ain't nobody coming to my rescue. I'm on my own. That's why I carry so much good kit. And I've tailor made my kit to actually be for shit like that and be able to go for the long run. Because a lot of people don't think about it when you've got, you know, gunshot wounds or a knife wound or something. You know, once you've got everything stitched back together and put back together, you got to have drainage, because it's gonna cause, you know, some infectious material in there. You got to be able to drain that out. And that was one of those important things about having cotton thread with me that I can sterilize by boiling. Then that cotton thread acts as a drain. See, it's that kind of knowledge, that surgical knowledge you got to know, man. If you're going to be stitching somebody back up, you got to know all this shit because it might be you have to help somebody survive for a lot longer than just, a couple of days till you get them to a hospital. You noticed recently hospitals ain't been tall. You can't get into a hospital unless you got COVID. Fucking retarded, in my opinion. Unless you say, I got the coof. I got some coof. Goof. I goof, but yeah, so don't demonetize me, YouTube. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm demonetized anyways. Yeah, I know a few instructors who have said that to me. You should carry a med kit more than you carry a gun, and this and that, and more than you carry a knife. And I say, you know what? You should carry all three. Med kit, a gun, and a knife. Yeah, you're a lot more likely to come across a medical emergency than a violent one. However, you know, in this day and age, you never know what to expect. And I'll say that just because you've got a med kit doesn't mean that you're any help to anybody if you get your ass shot. Because basically, you can't get that medical help and that knowledge that you have to them. They may not know what the fuck to do with it. Shot, stabbed, what have you, you may not be able to get to them. And that's I'm talking about how crazy shit's been getting in the cities. All right, people panicking left and fucking right. There's stabbings, there's shootings, there's fucking, you owe me this and you owe me that, and fucking, getting violent about shit instead of fucking letting water be under bridges. And it gets to a point where one has to take into retrospect, how do you protect yourself from a situation like that? A lot of folks say, well, you're in California, get CCW. Felons can't have CCW. 5150 can't have CCW. So what do you do for those folk who can't? You arm them the best way that you can. That's righteous. I'm going to start working on getting people to understand what these things are capable of. I've got that shooting clay brewing. Yep, they're gunning for a civil war. They want one. I don't want one. Civil war, people die. People get horribly injured. Sometimes folks don't come home. But I will say this, when it all comes down, would you rather be armed with a rock in your bare hand, or would you rather have an air gun? I personally would rather have an air gun. I personally would rather be able to have my freaking pepper spray on my head, my air gun, my medical kit, my knife, my gear, my rifle on my front or back, what have you, and have my secondary rifle and kit, and be capable of doing something. I have my medical kits, I have my rifle, I have all my gear. It's not like I just play act this shit. This isn't a game for folks like me. It's not a LARP. You know, a lot of folks don't get it. We're out here protecting those who cannot be protected by others because think about it. Assets are stretched so goddamn thin. As it is. And they want to try and demonize the American militias. You know, it just bothers me. Oh, man. I'm getting blasted by the sand here. Fucking bad, man. I got sand. Yep, it's amazing stuff. And yes, America was built on militias. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, I'm gonna put that up. Yeah, seriously, America was built by militias, and not just one, but many people who rose up and said, "We will not tolerate this anymore. We cannot tolerate this anymore. We are just as well armed. We are just as capable, and any one of us is just as intelligent. We all have the right. We all have a duty to show that we are not to be governed over and not to be ruled. We have a right to be who we are, individual in our own way. And yet, to come together when times are harsh and times are needing to protect each other. Because what is a militia but a band of brothers? When the only thing that you can do is finally take up arms and show yourself as being ready to take action, what else can you do? And we're coming close to it. And we're not that far into the freaking presidency here, you know? And my friends, I look at some of my friends and my boss, oh my fucking hell. My boss, Jesus, what? This guy was arguing up and down for Biden. I'm like, man, you do know he just fucked up our country in every which way possible, right? And worse, you know, Trump was a stopgap for patriots to get themselves locked and loaded and ready to rock and roll. Because that's the ace in the hole, folks. People like you and me. That's the ace in the hole. Biden ain't no damn ace in the hole. That motherfucker's biding his time to destroy the world. One brick at a time. He wants to make it so that we cannot prosper. I mean, let me point this out to you. Why would you ever consider such a bill as H.R. 1? Why would you ever consider such a bill as a president as H.R. 127? They would be vetoed in an instant in any other presidency. You watch that shit pass. I fucking guarantee you it's going to pass. I don't like neithers, but you know what? I'm fucking guaranteeing it. It's going to pass with a majority. because they have that right now. That's the dire situation we're in. I don't like it. And I'm looking at it as this is the fall of it, or this is the fall or rise of a nation. We are literally on that precipice by just fucking moments. The rise or fall of a nation. And you will watch this nation go into absolute chaos and slummery. Or you will watch this nation rise above and tell freaking government, no, fuck you. The horse you rode in on smartly. Thank you very much. Fuck. You can pass whatever the fuck you want right now. Ain't gonna happen. We ain't putting up with it. Welcome to America, motherfuckers. Represent or rock your fucking shit out. Seriously. You have two options. You know, that's literally what we have to say as people. You have two options. Represent or rock your shit the fuck out of here. You're done. We do not put up with fucking bullshit. This is the way America was made. Is by people who are willing to stand up and say the honest fucking harsh shit and be willing to put down what's necessary. What is righteous. That's exactly what this current administration is doing. You know, folks don't like that I got to say that. This current administration is the reality of fucking some folks voting and it being, you know, with standard ballots rather than the calibration ballots, which a lot of folks don't remember. Back in 2006, that little red tassel looking stripe was for calibration of the machines. Yeah, the dollar's going down. There's another one. You know, that's an indicator. That's one of what we call that's what we call an economic indicator of the failure of a nation. Is that when the currency starts to become worth less, then the only currency that we have is favors. And by creating favor, we are capable of working with each other. And the decline of that currency is happening right now. And that's, that's how we need to get into it, is that we need to be working on favor, because favor is going to give people that leg up, that feeling of we are united. No matter what we come to, no matter how hard shit gets, we can still work for each other because we care about each other. Janet Yellen said we need to borrow as much as we can right now from the reserve because interest rates are at an all-time low. That has mostly to do with the fact that there's no coinage. Well, there's little coinage, and there is a massive fucking amount of paper dollar and of an even larger amount of digital dollar. And the digital petrodollar is what's gone down because, and this is based both off of petroleum, but also off of direct economy, okay? Our economy is based off of petroleum. But we can actually work towards other things like silver, like copper, like gold, like textiles, and we can work and build that back up. Yeah, it's the only reason why interest rates are low now is because our economy was being built back up. We had something to a point, and now they're chopping that out from underneath us. A lot of people don't really get this, But because, that small, I call it a gift, the gift of liberty and freedom, because of the gift that was given by so many men. And to squander that is just tantamount to the destruction of our country, our Constitution, everything we stand for, liberty, the American way. It's astonishing. And some of these people in fucking Congress, I just want to snatch them up and fucking just ragdoll them. Because how could you be so fucking pieces of shit that you do not hear the people that are screaming out in absolute utter chaos and downright indignant despotism where you have forced them to. And that's going to be the situation. It's going to come to that again. Folks, you better fucking strap up now. Get yourself right. Train all the fucking way. Don't just sit there and be like, oh, I'll just let somebody else do it. Because there may not be somebody else to do it by the time these fuckers get done. Yeah, Mnuchin knew economics, but here's the rub of it, dude. Anytime that your money is in a form of paper currency, it is worth less. You need to be working on getting actual currency, like, minted coinage. That's just quarters, but that's minted coinage. It holds its value. Okay? Minted coinage actually holds its value, whereas paper dollars don't. Hold on to minted coinage. You need to. It holds its worth. It's not like the other money. You have to understand money to be able to understand economics, and this is important in here. Get your currency, get your coinage currency. That's important to have. That's 3 gallons of water right there. And I live in a desert. Think about that. That's life. There's another one, precious metals. 2 of these links of this chain, all right, just 2 it's $4. You can get yourself a small meal, a snack or something with that. Just 2 links off of this chain. That's precious metals. And we're going to be going back to that. All right, we're actually getting very close to the point of, this is what we're going to be using as currency again. Hook yourself up with silver. Get some steel. Steel used to be one of the most valued currencies. All right, because primitive technology, steel is hard to get your hands on. All right, so yeah, get your hands on steel while you can, because industrial steel, under Biden, that's going to be going away soon. You guys don't know yet. I'm fucking telling you, it's going to be going. There's not going to be industrial steel. There's not going to be industrial textile. They've already shut the fucking farms down all over the place around here. I'm finding, and this is just in Blythe, California, all right? They are shutting down the farms. You can't grow in this patch, you can't grow in that patch because they got to take a fucking hiatus. And these folks, they grow, most of the year. They're not idiots. They know how to take care of their plants and whatnot. They know how to fertilize the ground, keep it right, and you don't let shit just lay in the desert, because if you let it lay, it drops nutrients instead of holding on to and retaining nutrients. So yeah, in the farmlands, we're seeing more regulations. gold and silver will always be worth money. Uh, and that's one of the reasons why I say, if you ain't fucking growing shit, if you ain't farming, if you ain't fucking, you actually farming, not just, growing a grocery store in your backyard, you'd better be farming. Okay, you have to have enough to sustain you over a period of time. That means you have to have an actual grain field. All right, that's something that not a lot of people think of as a grain field. Yeah. Oh man, air pressure. TMJ getting to me. Water. So yeah, you got to have a grain field, and you got to have access to water, and so in all of that, the desert. The desert's one of those places. It's rich with nutrients if you can keep water in the soil, but you've got to keep water on the soil. And they've shut all their water rights down. It's all being ported out to fucking Los Angeles. And this is prime growing season for small greens and grains, here in the desert. This is prime growing season for winter wheat. Your beer comes from winter wheat. A lot of folks ain't growing their winter wheat because they can't, this is what's happening, guys. You don't see it unless you drive through the middle of nothing and you see all the dead, unused fields and patches of fucking brown dirt, sand. You don't see it. And you're sitting there inside your comfy, your comfy houses and whatnot. And a lot of folks think, oh, well, it's all right. I'm taken care of, I got nothing to worry about. No. If Katrina taught us anything in the South, and I say all along the South, I say that, some folks in California, there's a couple of Southerners down here, there's Azaronans and, other folk. But California, I still consider there to be some real Southern folk down here. But we've been fucking vacating like hardcore because I can't tell you how enough that's the situation. Been vacating like just every turn. Folks are nutty. They're doing crazy shit, man. Trying to get out of California, and you get stopped right on the border sometimes or some shit because of fucking politics or whatnot. It all depends on the politics of the day. Are they fucking being crazy with shit or are they not? Yep, Katrina did teach us we need to rely on ourselves, not the government. That's another talking point. Let's pull that up. Thank you, Tom. That's righteous, brother. So, yeah, Katrina taught us that we cannot rely upon our government. And when the chips are down, the first thing the government's going to do is come and take away those things that keep you safe. They're coming after your boomsticks. And every time somebody says, oh, well, no, they're not coming after your guns, you got to look them right dead in the eye and go, oh, yeah? What happened in 2003? Just saying. It just bothers me. Robbed and raped and locked in. Yeah. And y'all wonder what those Mad Max movies were? Those Mad Max movies were not freaking movies. No, they weren't fucking Hollywood. They were prophecy. Mel Gibson actually did try. He tried to point out to us a lot of things that he thought were prophetic, you know, because he saw some of the shit that was happening, and a lot of his movies did come out that way. People, they call him crazy, just because of a comment that he made, because he was feeding into the bullshit of, Jews versus Christians, and, the reality couldn't be further from the truth. Christians and Jews love each other. They're one and the same religion, that reality. Yeah, the government did not run shit in a Superdome. The criminals did. And in fact, people, the military couldn't get into the Superdome for almost fucking 21 days. That was a military. And that's because it was held by criminals. They could not get water to the Superdome for 21 fucking days. United States Army National Guard couldn't get it done. So when you think about that, you've got to literally think, okay, who's got my best interests at heart? It sure fuck is not these people that call themselves government employees. All right, I'm not a government employee. I'll be first and frank to say it. I am an American, and I recognize my duties. You don't get paid for your duty. That's one of the beautiful things about living in America is that, your duty provides sustainability. It provides the sustenance by which your liberty is provided, is carried through. We have to be those people, sometimes we have to be those ugly folk that have to stand up and be the rough ones that stand ready in the night in case the boogeyman decides to attack. A lot of folks think it's just a fucking bedtime story. No, not just a bedtime story. When seconds matter, help is only minutes away. That's honest to God truth right there. So, yeah, like I said before, if Katrina taught us anything, she taught us you cannot rely on your government. In fact, you should not even trust your government within arm's reach. You know what? That was actually something that I believe it was. I think that was General George Washington. It said that never trust your government within arm's reach. And he wasn't talking about your hands. He was talking about arms, military arms, firearms, air guns, bows and arrows, hand-to-hand combat. Never trust your government within arm's reach. So if you can reach out and shoot something, you shouldn't trust somebody that close to you. And that comes down to being appropriately armed to competently defend yourself at all times. Because in all reality, we're just monkeys with good technology. And monkeys with good technology tend to end up hurting themselves. Accidents happen. What can I say? That does not mean that you quit, you stop trying, because otherwise we wouldn't learn anything. I mean, monkeys are going through their own freaking stone age right now. They're going to soon start making shit and, using technology and figuring out our technology and shit, man. Don't get me wrong. They are smart and they're evolving right under our noses. So the worst mistake we could make is to completely disarm our race, thinking that we're the only threat. If we disarm our species, what does that make? What happens with that? After all is said and done, without the technology, we are essentially monkeys. Okay, so well, not monkeys, but apes, primates. We are pretty much on the level of very smart gorillas or very smart orangutans, to be more close. Very smart orangutans. Very smart, hairless orangutans. And they're still fucking wicked smart. We've got, billions of years of evolution on these other critters, but that's not going to be for long. Because you got to remember, primates are meant to think. They're problem solvers. All primates are. And that includes apes and monkeys. They're problem solvers. They figure out some way to get around the problem. And because we eat certain foods that are very rich and nutritious, they do everything they can to get into that. They learn things that we take for granted. And they are essentially learning our technology. And they're now replicating that in the woods, all right, out there in the rainforests. So when you say, evolution ain't real, it actually doesn't matter what fucking God you believe in, evolution's real, son. You just got to know where to look. That don't mean I don't believe in a God, and we all have to have a higher power. But the situation is that we ourselves are essentially evolving. Okay? 150 years ago, I would have either been white, probably maybe Italian, maybe German. Or I would have been Cherokee, Native American Cherokee, or Choctaw or Kiowa. One of those three nations, tribes, whatever you want to call it. Literally, I would have been one of those, not all of those. Okay, so, and that's 150 years ago. My family is a very big family, and it goes back over the centuries. So, we're, up until me at least, we were pretty prolific. So, yeah, actually, that's fucking crazy. We evolved from a shrew-like creature they discovered recently. It's pretty interesting. They were a primate, and they think that they went extinct a long ass time ago. I'd say just got to keep looking. There's a possibility that there's a primate out there that's about as small as a mouse. And That would be the basic line that I would say we evolved from. Okay, and it's all across the board. There's holy shit, that wind is strong. This shit's blowing so hard it's shaking my truck. That's something else. So yeah, I'm at least I got some good freaking somewhat good coverage out this far because before couldn't fucking hear or see nothing. But huh, first mammal to give. Well, you know what? That's a lot more. I think I know the book that you're reading. Is that graphic novel with the fucking little Einstein looking character that explains all the shit in history and whatnot? I think I read that book. Um, but yeah, no, there's a lot of different general histories that are out there, and then there's a lot of substantiated histories, and it's all it depends on where your mind is at, which you're going to find is going to be the most important. I did read that also in the Illustrated Encyclopedia of the Animal Kingdom. So it was believed back from the 40s that we evolved from a shrew-like creature. Oh yeah, Elon's just quoting things that you'd normally learn in college. All right. Basically, that we basically evolved from something that's similar to a shrew, but it was a type of primate. It's the first of the primate line. Yeah, Joe Rogan, he's an educated man. He really is. Okay, a lot of these guys that you see on the interwebs, they got these big podcasts and all that. Even Joe Rogan, he's a mixed martial arts master in like a couple of different disciplines. And at the same time, he's a really educated man, really fucking educated. Okay, like he's smart as a fucking whip crack. All right, probably twice as mean too. If you ever get on his bad side. But I'm just saying, some of the shit that's out there that Americans know that not everybody in the world knows this shit, man. Even not everybody in America knows this shit, and it's all stuff that you basically learn in college. It's a college, it's like college biology, college level fucking medical sciences, college level this, that, and the other. And I'm talking literally, yeah, he gets to pick the brain of a ton of different geniuses. And the crazy thing is he ain't had me on yet. I joke, but the reality is, well, he ain't had me on yet. Can I say? I'm a bit too much of a recluse. I think I run people off by my standoffishness because the shit that I've seen and been through. Yeah, dude, I bother people. Yeah, I went to college for a little while. I mean, community college, and I went to. Well, I did a couple of classes at a university. My dad did some finagling, and he got me into a university when I was real young, just to learn some university level shit because I was reading at that level, anyways. So he pulled some strings and was able to get me in there for a little bit, and I got my honorables because, and those are the only degrees I kind of really have are honorables, because as a child, when you test out like that, they don't actually give you a degree. They give you what's called an honorable degree, and it's basically you can come back at any time and take the tests again, and they'll give you the degree outright. I abhor doing things twice if if they're long and monotonous and tedious. I do abhor doing things twice. But yeah, I astonished the people at the community college. They thought I was crazy, and I actually I scared the dean at the fucking community college, and like a lot of people, by just the fact that I knew all of this shit, and they were trying to prove I didn't. Trying to play mind games and shit. And by trying to play mathematical mind games, I really made fools of them. So I got kicked out of my community college at the time, which was El Camino. That's El Camino Community College in, I believe it's Artesia in Los Angeles. Alondra. I'm sorry, it's in Redondo Heights, known as Alondra Heights. So I went to that community college for a short time, and I was just like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not dealing with your political bullshit. I'm smarter than any motherfucker here, and I know it. It scares the shit out of me. I go into these fucking. I literally walked into a fucking pre-algebra class just so I could get through my fucking certifications, you know. And I'm doing algebra and calculus on the board and fucking doing long math and short math and fucking all that shit in front of the class. And this fucking teacher just said, "Fuck, get out of my classroom." I'm like, "What?" I came to learn. He's like, "No, you're not. You're a professor and you're trolling me." Literally kicked me out and flunked me out before he knew what the fuck was going on. I went to talk to the dean. The dean didn't believe me. So I got kicked out of the school. And that's not a bullshit lie either. That's absolute honest to God truth. At the age of 18, that's why I never followed through with my veterinary technician, my veterinarian doctorate, doctorate in veterinary medicine. I never followed through with that because I couldn't get past that fucking low level fucking asshole who wouldn't let me fucking pass math, because the simple fact was that I made him look like an idiot. And he said, "Where'd you learn calculus?" And I said, "First grade." He thought I was trolling him. I wasn't. I was that smart. I got put into a university by my daddy. Yeah, some people do only have one or two skills, and I am versed in many things, not just life skills. I when I was younger, I wrote a short story. I, I wrote a fucking short story. It's called "Think Before You Do, Al," and it's actually in stores. It's funny shit. Somebody ripped off the idea and went and wrote a full-on book about it called "Think Before You Do," and it's got an owl as the narrative illustrations. Funny shit. Yeah, I learned calculus because when I was younger, I wanted to understand what um, Copernicus was all about, and Isaac Newton, and all that. My grandma got me set on that. She got me curious about it because I wasn't really retaining much. And my dad thought, you know what? No, you need to have some time off, go up to the country and something, and and spend time with grandma, and she'll get you interested in it. And boy, howdy did she! She got me real interested in going back and learning everything I could. I learned calculus within about like a year and a half. I just snapped it up. And this is a kid that had barely gotten into multiplication and division, long division, as a child in the regular primary schools. So I was doing primary school at the same time as I was learning at a fucking university and doing all these different things. I was learning this shit. So yeah, some things I didn't retain, and I know that now. I got to go back and I got to do more thought process and more reading and whatnot, more learning. Need to get my get my hands on some fucking encyclopedias again and get my hands on the old math and calculus books and whatnot. The compendiums. But yeah, dude, I learned calculus at a really young age because that was the only way that I could learn it. My brain was like a sponge at the time. I retained everything. So, now it's like it switches on and off. I can go into autopilot and just fucking, go for a while. But, if I'm walking or jogging or something, I don't like the fucking autopilot thought because it brings out a different side of me. Oh, but yeah, let me see here. One of my peeves that has been bothering me lately is a lot of censorship, and you just can't censor Americans. It ain't right. It's anti-constitutional. Uh, it's actually prosecutory in several different courts of the nation. You can be brought up on fucking criminal charges, not just you know financial suit. And financial suit is one of those things that they can do. Specifically when your rights have been you know tread upon. If you have proof of it, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to start leaving up my freaking live streams because they want to hit us with all this 5G, yet it ain't fixing up our fucking internet none. I got better live streaming back when I was 4G. You know, something just don't smell right. I learned chemistry because it was one of those things that I just wanted to start dabbling in. And nowadays I got so much in my mind. I think about chemistry. It's only the exciting shit that actually makes me want to, look at chemistry anymore, not the pharmaceutical stuff. Even though I know how to do the pharmaceutical shit, I don't like for it. It's not something I enjoy. I don't think that, we should be using anything but the natural because the natural was how your body recognized it and utilized it. Damn, son, that wind though. Bobblehead, bobblehead. I'm joking, but yeah, it's the truth, man. I'm doing a bobblehead here. Let's see here. Oh, plug me up. My phone is dying. My brain is frying, but it's all right. Whew. Oh, chemistry was one of them things that anymore. The only things that really interest me about it is the exciting chemistry, the things that go boom. But it used to be. Here, let me get this position better because I got the dig up thing charging now. Used to be that I was really interested into some of those other ones, like pharmaceutical pharmaceutical chemistry, which up until I was about 18 years old, and I was doing all these different fucking psych meds. Yeah, DMT did fucking kill his ego, and you know what? It did something to me too. I used to have the fucking dude. I used to be the cock of the walk, and that ain't no lie. Dude, when I say winner, fuck it. If I didn't get win, I got mad. Just like Tyson, just like Tyson. Now I got a calm demeanor, but I still got that fire, man. When I need that fire, I got that fire. And it's not just, yo, we got to stand up for this or that or whatever. No, it's, dude, I'd fucking stand that line. I'd hold that line, with my air rifle in my hands. You bet your ass. With my air rifle in my hands. A lot of people think, oh, it's just an air gun. Boy, wouldn't that smack some astonishment. There were some folks when I was living out there in Los Angeles, man, they were like, man, an air gun, that thing ain't gonna do shit. I was like, well, if it ain't windier than all fuck, I can put a slug through the back of your skull at about 300 yards. What's that saying? 25 caliber. That right there is gonna be it, man. That's gonna be your self-defense. And I keep on saying it just because folks don't get that firearms are going out. They don't understand that fucking they're gonna legislate that shit all to hell and back, and then they're gonna try going after our air guns because they know that what, air guns are this kind of powerful, because projectiles, and they're gonna try and regulate your ammunition. And every time that they do that shit, you've got to fight back. All right, a lot of people say, "Oh well, what has fighting back got us?" But more problems. You know what? Fighting back, that gave us a lot of problems, but it also gave us lots of solutions. You know, um, here. I'll pick another one of your comments, brother, because you've got some good points too. So, let's see here. See here. Yeah. So a scared man is the most dangerous thing on earth. Um, that's one of the big reasons why I want people to be armed, because it gives you back that feeling of I am the cock of the walk. You know, you're the strong one, you're capable one, because you're no longer dangerous, but you're still powerful. You know what I mean? Powerful gives you the ability to not have to be dangerous, because you're not going to lash out at people. You're not going to strike out and try to harm people, because you already recognize the ability that you have, this capability to protect others. And it's a big responsibility, but at the same, you know, it's one that's worth fighting for. A lot of people told me, well, why would you arm felons? You know, they're criminals for a reason, right? Yeah, because they did, instead of sitting inside of their houses. You know, they did. They went out there and did. And that's the big deal. A lot of people are never going to figure out how life really is until you figure out why are they doing certain shit. Let me put it this way. Back in the 1850s up through the 1890s, there were folks that would run in and rob stores and rob banks and whatnot. There were these. Jesus Christ! Can we get a little bit less wind? I'm feeling it, boy. I gotta tell you, we are feeling it. Anyways, so they still had crime. In fact, they had a lot more crime, but they also had something that I don't think y'all understand about, and that is that they had the ability to defend themselves, and a lot of the time that's just what happened. And even though they had crime, there were not a lot of people that got away with it. In fact, there were very, very few. And the few people that got away with it would always target specific people. And those were the people that were least likely to have guns, least likely to be having, weapons about them. You don't carry your guns to the bank, right? Well, you see what I'm saying? Soft targets. The most dangerous thing is a dangerous thing on earth is a human being who is scared. because they're more likely to attack someone out of pure fear. And when you have that ability to protect yourself in any situation, you no longer have that fear. You are strengthened by it. So, and having that confidence tells all other critters around you, I'm not to be fucked with. That could be, the local pack of wild dogs, or that could be the son of a bitch that just, buffed up to you at the fucking bar. Because, think about it. How many times have you seen people that fucking go into bars and your guns come off and all that shit? And, at any respectable bar. And most bars that they call dives, those are respectable bars. All right. You go to a fucking, these new shit bars. Yeah. When backed into a corner with nothing to lose. I love this. When backed into a corner with nothing to lose, a man loses his fear and it forms into something else. Well, to be perfectly honest, it do. It forms into drive, impetuous, the ability to continue. It's hard to explain it. There's really no word that actually sums it up all in one. Grit, gumption, the get some. I mean, we Americans have tried to call it something, but it's a feeling. It's a true feeling, and it's that gravel in your gut and that spit in the eye. You've had enough of the shit. You're standing up and you got one fist raised and you got the other one standing out there and you're ready to go, man. So that feeling of I'm fucking pissed now, you know, and that's the feeling that I get, at least when I get backed into a corner. So I know that that's what's going to end up happening. Lots of folks are going to be backed into a corner and it's going to be all right. Fuck it. Solidarity over fucking stupidity, motherfucker. Let's go. There ain't a lot in this world that I can tolerate that's fucking on the level of stupid. I put it that way. The fucking cowardice is just beyond me. People these days are fucking cowards. And it's not like it's really their fault. They've been disarmed. I remember when you could walk down the street and you were the biggest fucking swinging dick in the world and everybody knew it. And every man was that way. I remember that. That was not too long ago. That's when I was a child. I remember that. So, folks telling me, oh, well, you seen all this shit, you've been through all this shit, why don't you try and take a stand? Motherfucker, I am taking a stand. I do what I can here. But y'all don't see what I really do. I've middle of bumfuck Egypt. I watch the skies. I watch the horizon. I take care of what I got to take care of. I work my job. I fucking take care of, all sorts of different shit. I'm not just always just sitting on my ass. I'm also doing other shit that's mostly up here in the brain. Yeah, most men are turning more beta. And I'm sorry to say it. And that's mostly to do with I'd say bottled water. That's a big deal. And the eating of yams and sweet potatoes. Most folks don't understand this, but they are estrogen mimickers. It's all right if you're a woman and you're eating sweet potato, that's fine. But if you're a man and you're eating sweet potato, you got to ask yourself why. And if you're eating yams, even more so, because those are estrogen mimickers. I know things you should know. Yeah, it's not like it was when I was in school. Shit. My daddy drove me to school every day with a fucking rifle in the back of the truck. That's no lie either. We'd drive up in in his suburban with a snow plow on the front, a rifle on in the back, strapped up there in the window. Honest to God truth. So, yeah, soybeans. Another one that mimics estrogen, like I said, is yams. Um, Another one that mimics estrogen, like I said, is bottled water. And another one that mimics estrogen is aluminum. Be careful when you cook with aluminum. Okay, it's important. You don't want anything that's been, burnt to the aluminum, because if you're cooking with aluminum foil, if you're cooking with a pan, don't scrape the pan. Don't scrape it. Don't use your spatula to scrape the pan, because aluminum isn't just an estrogen mimicker, it's a potassium mimicker. So it's a twofold problem. One, it fools your kidneys and your adrenal glands into thinking that you've got estrogen in your system, which is really harmful to the male body. There's also the fact that for men, I know for the male human being, the male half of the species, we do actually have to be half of the species. That's how we make babies, if you guys haven't figured that out yet. Um, you have to have a male and a female, and not, yeah, da, da, da. Anyways, aluminum does so many harmful things. It replaces calcium, it replaces potassium, it replaces sodium. These are three essential minerals in your body. Okay, it does that, and it actually reduces your cognitive ability, because sodium is much more conductive to electricity than aluminum is. Most people don't know this. Sodium's more conductive to electricity than aluminum. That's why it blows up in water. It's an electrical reaction. It's an um, electroalkalinic reaction. There we go. Blah. That's a lot of to spit out there. A lot of words to spit out. Anyways, that call it. Yeah. See my memory there? I remember it, but it's just like I'm really gonna say that again. um, the whatchamacallit tends to be on the level of your brain needs a higher speed because of your cognitive, the way that reality is. And so it can slow cognitive function. But it also damages the kidneys and makes them produce estrogen mimickers, like progesterone and progesterone and estrogen, which are the male form of estrogen, which we need very, very fucking minute little bit in our system, and we go real beta. as far as men are concerned. And if you get any more of that in your system, you'll start growing moobs. You'll have man titties. Saying your body has to put it all somewhere. You get chunky. So yeah, anything that's an estrogen mimic or you want to kind of shy away from, it's going to put lard on your ass. And I know everybody's like, well, I like freaking yams and sweet potatoes so much though, they're addicted. Yeah, because it's a sweet flavor and it's sugar. Sugar's addictive. I mean, I can't drink fucking coffee without sugar. I'll get a massive ass migraine. So yeah, sugar's bad for you, but at the same time, it's addictive as fuck. Oh man, I wish this wind would stop. Oh. So yeah, all of those, man. Soy as well. It's one of those. It's one of those things that you just don't want to actually have. Not around in your diet. Aluminum, soy. Um, you quit cigarettes. Well, ain't that something? That's a sumbitch to get off. Uh, uh, don't even start with me on that one. After what Coca-Cola's been doing, I'm fucking like, nah. Man, that's one of my favorite Coke. It's my favorite drink, far as it goes. But you go fucking playing the old fucking virtue signaling shit. I'm done. I don't need it that bad. Besides, they make it in other fucking. There's other companies that make that stuff. So, RC's got that same variety. Moxie still got that same variety, I think. So yeah, Coke, you're done. Tee off into the sunset, son. There's a golf term for you. Tee off into the sunset basically means fuck you. Yes, I'm very refined. I want to get rid of fucking you know any bullshit that's gonna fucking be politics in my life. Because they're fucking with my head, man. I mean, like I already done told you. Damn, gave me an STD. Now I got a dictator. Damn dictators. They suck. Oh yeah, that is blatant racism. It's racism against white folk. And you know what? It doesn't matter what your fucking color is. Race, color, creed. That make no matter. It's a character of a man's heart and soul. So, I don't give a flying rat's ass what anyone want to say. It just you want to be fucking racist against people, son. Let me point something out to you. My adopted brother is black. I'm Cherokee. Fuck you, I'm a prairie nigger. You know? That's what people would call Cherokee people back in the fucking old days. And don't ever try to fucking say that it's not, because I know it to be true. I've been called it right on the internet. Yeah, I couldn't imagine being, telling anyone be less of whatever you are. That's who you are is who you are. You can't change who you are based on somebody else's problems. You should be the one who makes the decision to change your life. Well, I'm an asshole because I have to be. Because the harsh reality of it is, it sucks, man. And if you ain't got a little bit of a stick up your ass, you're not going to be able to make it very far. You're going to get walked all over, unfortunately, in a lot of places. I don't like calling it a necessarily evil. I call it unnecessarily evil. Because a lot of the time, I wish for a place where I could just be like fucking nice and smiles all the time and still carry, right and proper because it's appropriate. You defend your constitution, you defend your commonwealth, you defend your country, and you defend your fellow man, and you defend yourself by doing all of this. Because if you are doing it, then other people are doing it. That was the whole idea behind the militia. So sometimes you got to end up being an asshole. But, you know, even then, you can be a nice asshole. I wouldn't tell anybody that they should be less than who they are. And I'll put it that way. Be you. I don't want to see some fucking fake ass bullshit TikTok on the fucking interwebs. That ain't you. That ain't who you are. Who you are is what makes you the person that you are, the character within your heart. Because that is how you tell who your friends are. What is the character that you have? Are you a online media social personality, or are you a badass that could do anything you want to, and just so happens that you happen to have a social media account? That's the difference here. You need to be a badass. It doesn't matter if you're in a fucking wheelchair. You need to be a badass. I've known some people that fucking wheelchair bound for life, all right? Legs blown off in combat or whatever. These motherfuckers were bad motherfuckers. You want to talk about people that take down, motherfuckers from a sitting position. Fucking fuck your jiu-jitsu, motherfucker. These people fucking blow your knees out backwards with a punch. And that's from just living in a wheelchair. They fucking gnarly power. If they knew where to put that power, it'd be over. And some fuckers, these people knew where to put it. That's what I'm talking about. Having that ability, it's all about a mentality. It's all about being in the moment. What does the moment dictate I need to be? Is it everything's happy go lucky? Is it COVID stupid? Is it people scared for their lives and so they're walking around armed, and what, other people are walking around armed and not fucking thinking about those people that are walking around armed and are trying to go and steal shit instead of fucking working their asses off and making something of themselves. They think, oh, well, the economy's gone to shit. I might as well stop working and just steal it from others. Son, do you understand how economy works? You've got to make something to have other people make something in order to fucking get somewhere. That's how economy works. So, that's something that I've been harping on, is that, to drive the economy, make something, do something that actually adds to the country and as a whole. Not just sit there on your keister going on the fucking interwebs and whatnot. Have something else that you're doing. Add to. Even if it's just growing or spreading knowledge, do something. You know? If you work as a public worker, that's great. If you work as at a mom and pop shop, that's fine. Just get out there every day and do something that adds to. I'm an inventor, dude. That's something that just I do naturally. I come up with great ideas. I fix problems. I solve problems. And so, that's why I come up with some of these things. It's just to fucking spur of the moment. Hey, well, that doesn't work and that doesn't work, but that might work. Just fucking crazy ass thoughts like that close to it. And you go, oh, wow. Little bit of thought to make this all come together, and you got something there. So I'm, like I done told you, I've been working on this air gun, and I love this thing. As soon as I get it righteous to where it will actually actuate the magazine. Oh man, it's just, this is gonna be fun. I'm just saying that much. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna be doing all sorts of ballistics testing, some good old country style ballistics testing too. I'm gonna bring out the clay. I'm gonna bring out. We're gonna do some. I'm thinking about getting a rotten or a half dead piece of meat, pork shoulder or something for to test the speed and wound and whatnot. And I was gonna try and get some gelatin to do a gelatin test, but uh, I don't want to do that. It reproduces um, it reproduces a slug too well to the point where it can be traced. And unfortunately, that's things you gotta really pay attention to when you do shit like I do. Oh yeah, I'll show the expansion of the slug after hitting the clay, because the ballistics clay that I make is actually FBI standard ballistics clay. There's a difference, and the recipe is you use about 15% oil, 5% soap, like dishwashing liquid soap, Dawn dishwashing liquid, the ultimate ultra strength, and then another 10% water, and the remainder clay. And what happens is that the clay becomes just mushy enough and just extra static enough that what will happen is that it will cause any projectile that it hits it to dissipate its energy while it passes through the block, so that it creates a reproducible wound channel. So that's actual FBI ballistics clay. You could do that at home. Uh, but yeah, that's what I'm working on. I've already got that set up pretty much. I'm just waiting on the time to be able to get in there and work on that one piece of that air gun so that I can finish that up. So I'm gonna have to use a Dremel tool to get that done. So yeah, the tests are going to be interesting. I'm also going to try and put together a couple more shots, a couple more blocks of clay for. I'm going to do a 25 caliber rifle shot and a 50 caliber rifle shot to show the differences in energy dissipation. So yeah, you'll see the difference. It'll be, the pistol will have something. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll have enough that you'll see a wound channel. All right. And then the rifle is going to actually cause some extreme damage. You're going to see that I'm going to be shooting at about, let's see here. I'm going to take the scope off and probably shoot at 15 yards just so that I've got, that up close and personal so you can see the difference of the up close and personal. And then I'll probably set a phone. Like I'm about ready to sacrifice this phone because it's pretty much dead. It's been shattered so many times. I'll probably set this phone out next to the clay block at about 300 yard, and then set it to record, and run my happy ass back, which is going to be interesting. 300 yards of running. But yeah, I will run my ass back, and then I'm going to have to sit there for about a couple seconds, getting myself all tuned in and dialed up. And I'll shoot from the fucking bench at 300 yard with that 25 caliber, and we'll see what it does. Yes, barrel length does matter on air guns. It actually matters a lot more on air guns because the distance that a projectile moves down the barrel of an air gun is the speed at which that projectile then relates to the outside air around it. So it's not necessarily pressures with an air gun. It's because it's the slug is actually being accelerating down the barrel, not being forced down the barrel. So whereas a firearm with a pistol in a pistol caliber 45 ACP with a 3.5 inch barrel, you're probably getting around 580 to 600 feet per second with subsonics. With the plus B supersonics, you're just barely breaking the speed of sound. And that's to do with the length of the barrel, because if you shot that same round through Thompson, Thompson semi-auto reproduction, you'll get speeds, and I've seen these chronograph readings from other folks' channels, up there at around the for the plus P, you get up there about 1,500 feet per second to 2,000 feet per second, and then for the standard ACP, they're running, not all that much hot. They're still getting 1,100 feet per second. It's got some snap to it. So yeah, it makes a bit of a difference with length of barrel with a firearm, but it's much more noticeable with an air gun. And that's why, distance counts with an air gun. If you're defensive with an air gun, you've got 5 foot to 50 meters. 55 yards about. Yeah, that's about the distance you've got with an air pistol. And an air pistol, and you're gonna just with an air pistol, you're at that long distance, you're just gonna wing them. So you'd be best off, if you can get in close enough to actually be effective. That's about the 25-yard range. 25 into 15 yard is the most effective range because it's hard to shoot back at something that's moving, but it's also damn near impossible to shoot at something that's shooting at you. So, if you can get into there where you're going to make a precise shot, and then at the same time, you know, your first shot's going to make the difference, then I'd say yes, take that risk. That's where I'd be, on my particular stance. If you can aid in a situation that has gone south real fast, the only way that you could do it is you get in close quickly, line up your shot, and make sure you don't fucking miss because you don't want to be the one that gets shot at. And follow up rounds, a lot of people tout the follow up. You shouldn't have to follow up. In my personal opinion, you shouldn't have to follow up. And my hands shake like a fucking leaf in the wind. But you know what? I still hit my mark because I get close enough that when and if I have to take that shot, one, I'm definitely going to be right there in the fucking mix of it. Somebody's going to definitely see me, and I got about a half second to get that shot off. At the same time, by the time I've taken that shot, that person has just figured out that I'm there. So they're gonna. That's just they're dead. That's my point. You've got to have a follow up in case you've got other actors and all that. But your first shot should count. You shouldn't have to fire a second time if you can help it. That's why I talk about that fatal triangle. That's something that Reed Hendricks from Valor Ridge out there in Tennessee, that's something he trains, is that fatal triangle. And I trace it out on myself so that you understand that's the zone that you're aiming for. It's not easy to see, but it's literally, a triangle. Because this all right here, even with a small caliber, will track a bullet back into the brain stem. So yeah, pistol calibers. When you're talking close quarters combat, this is the pistol size, the barrel size you want to have. It's about 3 inches. And that's in either or, air guns or firearms. Of course, with an air gun, you're going to want to be running high pressure and dieseling your air gun projectile so that you at least get up there at about like 700 feet per second or 600 feet per second with with the short barrel you've got. That's the way to go. And dude, this is why I live. This is me living. I want to protect people. It's ingrained in me. I got 2 sisters. I love them to death. So if there's any way that I can continue to protect them even long after I'm dead, I'm for certain I want them to be protected. Them being able to protect themselves. And one of my sisters is a mixed martial artist that from a word go, she'll whip your ass in a fucking heartbeat. The other one, she's in the Navy. You don't want to fuck with her. That woman will put you on your ass. And they teach judo and all sorts of different shit in the Navy. So, look at that. Air gun fidget spinner. See, that's the original fidget spinner right there. Somebody playing with their parts to their firearm. The original fidget spinner. But yeah, dude, this right here, this is all stuff that came about from me being sick and tired of it. You know, you only got one life to live, and if you're going to allow people to cause you fear because you don't have the ability to protect yourself because of bullshit legislation, nah, I will fear no man because I could walk with confidence no matter where I am. And if I have to swap over to powder and ball, cap and ball powder, if for a place that I move to or something because of the laws, well, I'll do that, but I'm retaining my air guns. I love these motherfucking things, man. I smokeless, powerful, fucking, oh, and quiet as a mouse fart. I tell you what. Oh God, I love air guns, especially the ones nowadays with everything being righteously set up and new air guns with these new, more powerful capabilities. I mean, who'd have thought that you could go fucking deer hunting with a fucking air gun? I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there that say, fucking, oh, I shot a big deer with a 17 HMR in the head. Sure. Yeah, it probably it killed it, I'll bet you, because you shot it with a 17 HMR in the brain. Okay. But here's the big deal about that. Did you know that that bullet probably exploded in their brain and it didn't kill them instantly? The deer don't die instantly. Even if their head flopping, they've got a brain in their butt. Okay, this is something that a lot of people don't know. Sacroiliac is a remnant of our tail, which used to be our other brain. Okay, and your sacroiliac is literally that sac of nerve at the base of your tailbone and your butt. That fucking chunk, that cluster of nerves, is your second brain. Well, yeah, you get your head cut off, your body will run around in a circle for about 5 seconds and then it'll drop dead. There's no bullshit, dude. It's fucking flashback second. Hold on. What? It's gross. Just like a chicken. Just like a chicken. You don't just die immediately with the fucking having your head cut off. You know, people think it's all that comfortable because of what the fucking Hollywood tells you, but the reality is that if somebody is decapitated while kneeling, their body tries to stand up and they jolt forward. If they're decapitated while standing, they'll run around in a circle like a chicken. It's pretty gruesome, but it's reality. That's why I tell you, you don't die immediately with a bullet to the brain. You do sometimes. Yeah, that's if you do die sometimes instantly with a bullet to the brain, but it has to be enough energy, and it's all about the energy that impacts the nerves in there. And yes, you can live without your brain for a few seconds. Um, the brain lives for about 10 seconds without blood, and the sacroiliac can live for a half an hour without the brain attached to it. So yeah, you can. Yeah, it's gruesome, man. It really is. Oh, flashback. The fuck? Tumble steel. Fucking shit. It's like chunks of steel tumbling across the ground like tumbleweed. I'm not bullshitting at all. It's like fucking, that was just a fucking washing machine. I think it had the blocks taken out of it, but that thing was just a ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Holy shit. Man, there's a lot of sand in here. Oh, that's crazy, man. It just fucking tears this whole fucking. Yeah, I need to. I wonder where all that shit's coming from. All that wind with all that. Looks like there's a storm coming up from north of us, maybe? No, just a dust up. So, yeah, getting out of the morbid. I don't want to think about it. Thank you. I want to get out of the morbid bullshit because the reality is that it's going to kill. That's the end result is that you die. That's the reality of it. The debt that all men pay. You can act all fancy like and say, "Oh no, I'm not. It ain't gonna be me." But that is the debt that all men pay. So then, let me see here. Yeah, that needs an O-ring. Need to go back and get O-rings. Need to do all that. Oh shit! I'm just thinking about how to make this all work. So there's a couple of parts I got to put together for it. Um, I'm talking about the PPG cardigan. There's a couple parts I need to put together for this, and that rotating lever is the final fix. It needs to be done on a freaking Dremel tool. But pretty much, this thing will turn into a fucking bare bones beast for whoever needs that kind of protection. 25 caliber, get some go. It's got some rocks. Well, you know what? I thought about fucking the 1800s and about how did they make cylinders back in the day, and they really did it by taking tubes of steel that they then ran. They got and cherry red and did all the different heat treating and whatnot too, and then they would make those tubes of steel as sleeves for the magazine, and then they just chowder cut that magazine out so that the sleeves themselves were actually your extra barrel in your chamber in the cylinder. And revolver. So what I thought was, well, you don't really need all that extra heavy weight in order to have the same tensile strength. And because this is a small little freaking compact thing, you've only got this amount of room to stick one of those magazines into. It's really tiny in there. That's where the magazine sits in here, like this. So it's really difficult. It's also hard to see. Let me get some flashlight on the subject. So as you can see, that's where the magazine actually sits in here. All right. Yeah, it's at the end of that, and there's that piece of plastic over the top of it that's right up next to it. So in order to fit everything in there, you've only got that much distance. And when I did that experiment before with the other one to see if it would actually fit inside of that zoning, you can see it just barely does. It's just barely in there. So there is that. I've got a magazine that'll work, and I need to waller out the sides a little bit so that I can get it to, fluidly run. I also need to do that work I was telling you about on the inside of the guard with doing the modification on that one pawl mechanism. Loading wouldn't take that long either. Yeah, reloading wouldn't take that long. All you've got to do is I'm really bummed that I didn't keep the screw for the end of this thing, because it broke, just because the fact that when you super glue shit into other shit, especially metal, it breaks. These people are like, oh, well, we're going to super glue it together. Like, oh, great. I can't really run heat on the outside of plastic. So I couldn't really pull that off. But, I figured I can replace that screw. So, I ain't got much to worry about on that, no. That's the 17. See, the 17 works perfectly right now without any whatsoevers. I'm probably going to have to take out that pawl mechanism, and then I'm going to have to trace out in a piece of metal the actual mechanism, and then elongate the retaining hole. I mean, that's the way that it was for the CP Sport when I converted it to 22 long, or I mean 22 caliber pellet, not 22 long. Anyways, so yeah, reloading would not take very long at all. It would be as simple as, like I said, you press this thumb lever here, that pops this mechanism forward, and all you gotta do is swap one out for the other, and then you've got, your magazines in the hole. That's loaded. It's ready to roll. And that's how fast it is. Yeah, people need to clean their tools. They should know better than to glue it. Right. It's an air gun. It needs to be clean as a fucking whistle fart. I swear. You look down the barrel of this one, it's polished down inside there. I polished the barrel after brazing, because you've got to do that. I polished this barrel out. I made sure it's clean. I'm gonna have to go back through and clean it out again. And, you keep your air guns clean, whistle clean, because when you build up gum, especially from lead, The lead fouling will cause that not only your accuracy to go all hell, but it also kills your speed. Air guns are very temperamental with speed. You've got to have your topmost speed. So, and you do that by keeping your air guns clean. Oh, I'm so happy, man. I'm looking down this thing at the light and that thing. See here, see if I can get this to light it up some here. So you can see that thing is polished clean down there and just beautiful. You could actually see it so mirror smooth. You can see the reflection down the barrel without the light on. Yep, there you go. There's my face. Reflection down the barrel. That's how you're supposed to be able to clean an air gun. So you can see a reflection down the barrel. So you can see that clear, clean. Because otherwise it's not powerful enough. It's not fast enough moving of it, a projectile. Okay. For reference, this is an air gun. Same basic principle. Okay, spitball. That's an air gun by the same basic principle. That's another accidental fucking, honest to God. Pull a pen apart in classroom and make little spitball guns. Yeah, used to do that all the time. And seriously, that's the same basic principle as an air gun. And remember how clean as a whistle them freaking pens were, dude. And how smooth it was and how perfect you could get a spit wad to hit somebody right behind the ear. Well, here's the same fucking concept. You're working an air gun. So in order to get that accuracy and that speed, in order to get precision, you need it to be polished. And air guns are precision tools. They are not like firearms, which are they're dirty. They're rough. They're less refined. And by being less refined and still that capable, it's one of the things about firearms. You go back through history, their fucking guns were fucking inaccurate as all fuck. Muskets were not just muskets, but firearms right up into the 1800s were inaccurate as hell. All right. But yeah, air guns for some reason were always really accurate. And it all came down to the fact that the air gun was perfectly clean. So that, every time you got barrel fouling, you'd sit there and you'd clean it out and you'd fucking run patches and fucking scrub. And, Giordoni air rifles, they came with their own cleaning kit. So back in the 1800s, you had an air gun that you had pump up, but at the same time, you clean that thing out every day. You kept it clean. You'd fucking hit the fucking fleas off a horse's ass at 500 yards with a 36 caliber ball shot. So yeah, the air guns are really not what people think they are. Everybody thought it was a joke for the longest time. Oh, I got a BB gun. You'll shoot your eye out. Yeah, ha ha. Fucking Red Ryder was awesome because it brought air guns to children, to the ability of a kid to understand, hey, it's just enough to hurt, but, it's not deadly. So you're not going to make that stupid mistake. It'll put your fucking eye out if you point it at your face and pull the trigger. But it won't kill you from a ricochet. It won't hurt. It won't put your eye out from a ricochet. It'll hurt like a motherfucker. You might go blind in one eye, but it won't kill you. So, there's the difference. And I'm glad that they did that. But for the rest of us, for us adults, still need an air gun, you know? Yeah, I used to hunt bullfrog with my Red Ryder. It's about the only thing that would kill that. Sparrows and mice. And you had to have it fucking just lubed perfect when you were doing mice, because otherwise they'd run around bleeding like crazy and jumping and hopping and oh god, no. You had to have it just lubed perfect, because that lube, when you put enough WD-40 in there, it just goes pop instead of a freaking perk. You got pop, and it would diesel, and the air, it was an actual powerful air gun. Fucking Red Rider got up there at about like 400 feet per second when you actually put the lube in it. And yeah, it was good. I loved it. And Dangerous Freedom's on right now, doing his After Dark podcast. I'm out here in the midst of the sticks, though, and I'm just enjoying what I've got because I'm happy. I worked hard. I got myself to where I wanted to be. I got a couple of things that I got built that are fucking awesome. I got just a couple more projects to finish up that I want to take with me up north, and or out west, fucking east, or wherever where have you I go, because it's the reality. I got to get the fuck out of California. Uh, I got family in Oregon. I got family in fucking uh Arkansas. I got family in South Carolina, North Carolina. I think one's in Georgia, one's in Florida, one's up. I got a bunch of them up in Idaho. Taterville. Bunch of family up in Taterville. I was thinking of moving to Montana and all that. Moving to freaking Taterville or something like that. I don't mind being on the front line of a fucking out and out fight if it's gonna be that, but you know, I like to at least have a fallback point. I ain't got no fucking fallback point right now. I'm about fucking 1,000 miles behind enemy lines if it ever started to kick off. To be honest, because Arizona went blue and they're fighting back. The people are fighting back, but boy howdy, I don't know if they've got the guts. I think they're spoiling and itching for a fight, but I don't think they got the guts for it. Lose your stomach for that kind of thing real fast. Uh, yeah, Montana is beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places I could think of, other than just anywhere in the mountains, in the forests and whatnot. The right place to live, somewhere you've got distance from everyone. You've got the ability to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and nobody's up your ass. That's one of my biggest peeves, is that people being up my ass at just every fucking goddamn moment of my life. So far up my ass that I can freaking taste their breath. I tell you what, man, I need to use mouthwash a little more often nowadays. Boy, howdy. I gotta get myself into a new retrospective of I'm not held down anymore. All I gotta do is just sell off these assets that I got, and I'm on the road. I fucking did it. With all respects, I did it. I forgot it already. What was the one that I said? Go ahead and say it again. See, that's what I mean. I come off the cuff with shit that it just I ain't even paying attention to what I'm saying. I'm saying it though. Yes. You know where I got that from? I got that from shit, what was that? I think that was Full Metal Jacket. That or my daddy. One of the two. Fucking so far up my ass I could taste the breath. That one is gold. For sure. It just man, I love those lines. They're one liners that you know what? It's like Spartan one liners, you come out with that shit and people are like, damn. Man, I gotta be out of here though. Yeah, like yesterday, fucking Los Angeles to fucking California border, just all of it, just a bunch of nut bars. Time to pursue my happiness elsewhere. You know, I can fake it for so long, but when it comes down to it, what you gonna do? You gotta be able to get out of your own fucking shell and get out there into the world. There's only so much you can do for other folks before it just becomes monotonous to yourself and destroys your fucking soul. And I'm at that level. It's just fucking soul crushing defeat, man. I fought for California for so damn long, and I almost want to say they don't fucking deserve it, but I ain't an ass. I ain't that much of an asshole, anyways. I'll put it that ways. I may be an asshole, but I ain't that much of an asshole. So, any Hoosiers, what's been going on in your life, Tom? Let me hear. Speak and be heard. Why we come here for community, proper communion. My daddy was with a circus when he was a younger man. Went with a traveling circus for a short while. It wasn't just a joke, neither. He did do that. some of the shit that I've seen, I kind of think back to that and I'm like, dude, I could have done that. Being a dad and shooting targets. Yeah, that's about all you can do anymore with the freaking coof Nazis and shit. Can't even go to work without having your fucking boss so far up your ass you can fucking taste his fucking toenails and you're asking him to wash it. You know? Like, holy shit, man. I taste corn chips. It's just too much. They call me the Frito Bandito. And if you leave your corn chips out today, I'll take them all away from you and I will run away. Old song that my uncle used to sit there and sing to us when we were kids. Well, one of my uncles, some godparents. I am the Frito Bandito. Yeah, I hate the masks too, man. I tell you what, the fucking masks just it burns my buttons, man. These people and their damn regulations, they can't even fucking. I bet you they couldn't regulate their way out of a fucking wet paper sack. They don't understand what regulate means. Regulations mean not legislation. It's appropriate training and standing for what you need to stand for. If you've got to wear a mask to be within certain fucking range of folk just because it is that bad of a damn disease, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some diseases where you just don't want to fucking catch it. All right? Don't nobody want Ebola. That shit's gnarly, man. And that's a form of the rabies virus that really will fuck your shit up. And the rabies virus can take a lot of different forms. A lot of people don't know that it is all the same thing. It's all the rabies virus. Rabies, rubella, mumps, measles, Ebola, it's all the same fucking virus. It's rubella virus. People acted as if that was normal. Man, you know what? There's some folks that actually believe in the pandemic. Scammed. Coviticus minimus. Coviticus minimus. That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. They couldn't see your face, and yet they still sold you fucking ammo and a gun. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this shit is stupid. This shit is downright fucking retard level, man. People could be really. You want to talk about a fucking exploit right there, son. Holy shit. Right? Anybody could have fucking gone and bought a firearm with that ID, or any ID for that matter that looks good enough. Yeah, people have gotten stupid for certain. There's the reason right there where I keep on saying, there's a reason for self-defense. There's a time and a place, but that time and a place is like fucking everywhere right now. A lot of folks think that, oh no, that's only at certain times in certain places. No, that's everywhere now. Yeah, normalcy for your children. For the normalcy of them to be able to grow up and actually have that ability. You know, It- it's these fucking snowflakes. The kind of snowflake. Yeah, don't melt on me. Fucking gets a snowflake on his shoulder and freaks the fuck out. You know what I'm saying, son? Yeah, need to get back to normal. Need to get back to basics in life, righteousness, happiness, love, reason, truth. Amen. There is to be a war. Let it be in my time, so my children may know freedom. I may not ever have children, but I want for our country to have freedom all the same because I understand something y'all don't. That is that soul perpetuates on. For as long as you can stand to continue on living or life of any kind, you will continue on. Soul is energy, the soul is powerful, and it goes beyond the flesh. And it does continue on. And you do get another life. You may not, be life in heaven like some people may think. You might be thrust right back into life and another body. That'd be certainly nice on my account. I'd be like, hell yes, I'd like to be a fucking kid again. Not in this day and age, but I tell you what, I'd like to be a kid again. At least like a fucking teenager. You know? I'd love to be a teener again. My daddy used to say the same thing about that. If there must be a war, let it happen in my lifetime so my children will know freedom. And he used to say it was a quote of someone famous. I can't remember it was. I might have been reckless, dangerous, and stupid as a child, or as a teenager, anyways. But damn it, man, I had balls of fucking right pure steel, red hot and fiery going. Set two balls of steel. Nowadays, I'm sure I could fucking muster that. Yeah. I think that's a World War II movie because I think that's an actual World War II quote. Or it might go back further. I'm not sure. I'm not really thinking on that right now. I got like my head's starting to itch. Thinking too much. Sorry about the grating noise though, y'all. I'm sitting here just trying to clean up this magazine so that it looks good. Because part of it is about looks. Good clean polish on the ends is going to make it so that it runs nice and clean. Making sure the edge bevels are gone. That's going to make sure it runs nice and clean. This magazine is going to be the freaking proofing magazine. And, you know, I'm going to be sitting there doing some more work on perhaps, I don't know, maybe making this one set up so that I can run it similar. We'll have to see how it do. This other magazine, it's out around anyways, but you know, looks like it might run. If it will run, it'll run. That'll be great. Smooth surfaces. Gotta be able to run like a proper air gun. It's one of the blessings of rubber. Um, Actually, what I did is I bought stainless steel tubing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let these things, I'm going to dip these in acid when I'm done with all this and let it go to a stainless steel uh, chromate so that it's super smooth and it's, you know, hopefully it doesn't eat too much of the brass. That's why I'm doing most of it by polishing it by hand right now. Because I wanted it to be stainless because, you know, when you're out there in the midst of the shit, you want your stuff to actually be protected from the elements. And Cerakote, well, unfortunately, it will, after a while, wear off and break down. Um, Gun blue is an oxidizing set. It's an oxidizer, so that you get a certain type of oxidization rather than the standard, you know, that I'm working towards, which is stainless. Stainless, you might get a little bit of surface penetration, but you're not going to see much rust on it. And that's why I'm working towards stainless. Don't get me wrong, that's why it's got that strange color to it right now, you know, the half yellow, straw yellow color, because it's got an oxide layer. So, you know, I'm just rubbing that oxide layer off, and then I'm going to put it into a bath of, I believe it is ferric chloride, which is not difficult to make. Need electricity. some dish soap, some about a tablespoon and a half of bleach to about a quarter cup of dish soap to about 4 gallons of water, and you electrolyze it for about a half an hour. Then you got ferric chloride. You make any kind of steel that's got, a high enough nickel content into stainless. This just so happens to be high stainless. It was already stainless steel when I first got it, and now just rubbing off the oxide layer so that we can keep it from rusting. And then use that ferric chloride solution to just burn off what was previously just, your basic crap, and smooth out the little ridges, and that'll be nice right here. And the nice thing about this is you can see that, that's gun blue right there. Okay, or no, that's black acrylic right here. And that's just wearing off just from, messing with that thing. But this is black nylon, and it slips so easy. So it's not wearing out on any of the plastic. That's why I think that the plastic's going to be one of them things, Sure, it's not going to be, the frame of the gun is metal, all right? But the actual plastics on the outside that give it its form, those things are actually what make the gun function. And see, that's the interesting about it. It's like everybody thinks that, air guns are little pansy ass little playthings. No, sir. These things get interesting. It goes from small stuff like what I'm messing with right now for, personal defense, on up to some really big toys. If you want to call them toys, they're big boys toys. Those motherfuckers is for real motherfuckers. Like, you do not want to get hit by that, son. That's fucking, 4 rounds at a quarter-inch big, That's a big ass fucking round. For reference, here's one of them 50 caliber rounds that I was showing before. That ain't no fucking slouch of a fucking bullet, man. For reference, another 25 caliber slug. These are Grizzlies, 30 grain. It's not a fucking small slug, man. Thing just that womp something. Straight out, just womp it. It's like, all right, son, I got something for you. Go to sleep. That's what this is all about right here. That's why I've been working so damn hard, diligently, every night, every day. And people in California, you're watching this at a later date and time, this may be your last bastion of freedom. Get you an air gun, start doing this work. That's why I live stream it. That's why I live stream a lot of my shit, a lot of the work that I do, a lot of the advancements I get done with this, because, it should be available for all to do. But at the same time, I'd like to have Walther Umarex make a little money on it and then have to turn around and pay me a couple bucks for it. Don't get me wrong. It'd be nice. A mutually beneficial agreement, you know? You pay me for my intellectual property. I fucking let y'all fucking build the shit out of these things and make them so that everybody can have one and, protect folk. That's the way I wanted it to be. Mutually beneficial. Yo, yeah, opens up a whole new market for them. Because here's the thing, they make firearms, all right, but they can't market firearms to some folks because some folks just can't have firearms legally speaking. So, of course, it opens up the market to folks that can't own firearms but can own air guns, up to a certain caliber, or, can own, depending on where you're at. Okay, I'm saying that in the state of California, this come about by me acknowledging that there was a problem. The fact that people are literally in danger from they're losing their lives every day out here in California, and they refuse to carry a gun because it's big and it's scary. Well, this thing is fucking just scary enough, but it's not that damn loud, and it'll still pack a punch. And so, yeah, it does. It opens up a whole new market. See, yeah, I get all this thing scrubbed down to a point where I can actually get into it. You can see it's starting to really polish up on the outside, and on the inside of those, it's polished clean. There's no oxide layer left. So I have no doubt now that those fucking, yeah, these things will pass right through. Whoa. Metal right through, metal right through, metal right through, metal right through. Yeah. And even that one will pass right through. So yeah, whole new market of air gunning and whatnot, self-defense capability, and yeah, I'm showing it off tonight because damn son, this thing right here just walked fucking miles and became something. I am showing off a full magazine. Damn, that thing looks sexy on the fucking YouTube, doesn't it? Look at that. Wow. Oh my. Full magazine. Rasping paw mechanism. All right and tight. It's been brazed together, so each one of these is an individual steel tube. All right. And yeah, you can see every one of those little teeth there has been ground on. It's all precision. And that you could do right in your fucking backyard. Literally, I mean, you could. I mean, of course, they could make this way better at the factory. But I'm just saying, this right here, it's fucking just long enough, and it fits in just perfect conversion. It's the perfect conversion kit. All it's gonna take is just a little bit of finagling that one little pawl mechanism down, the pawl mechanism, because the rasp, as you know, is this part. And then the pawl is the little finger thingy that pushes it up and moves it. It moves these little teeth on the side and rotates your revolving cylinder. Well, cylinders, revolving cylinders, because this isn't anymore like, yeah, it's a magazine. Just call it a magazine. It's a revolving magazine, 4-shot revolving magazine in an air pistol. This, I'm thinking it might actually, wouldn't go so far as to say it'd be okay in Germany, but maybe they'll allow it in Taiwan, the Philippines, uh, Guam. Some of these territory zones that you can't have a firearm. Just a thought. That ability to protect yourself. And just, man, let's just look at that again. Is that not a sexy beast? Uh-huh. It looks like a fucking real firearms magazine, but it's too short. There's no rims for it to fire from. It's just lead in there. It's just, man, that is so good looking. I want to say that right there. That is such a good looking fucking magazine setup and all that. And you'd be hard pressed to actually find an air gun that can do that, though. That they fucking handmade. I'd say that much. Handmade, yeah, you can get there. But I challenge Walther Umarex to build it now. I'll put it that a ways. I challenge you, Walther Umarex. I did it. I built the PPG guard. Okay? Simple fact of the matter is it just needs to have the pawl mechanism modified. And then it's all said and done. And this thing will fire like a champion. I'm sure already it'll fire one round like a champion. I don't want to fucking pull the trigger on it with this thing in there because it might fire around like a champion. So, that's why I just, I put this together. Let's show it off to everybody because this is the progress I done made. And I'm jazzed about it. I'm happy. My goodness, that is just once again up there for everybody. YouTube, villains on YouTube, and the freaking dictators on YouTube, and the folks over there at fucking Rumble, where I'm gonna be streaming to soon. That is, or Twitch, if I can ever download it. Just beautiful, man. Those are the front nose of those slugs. That's that back dish hollow point slug base. I'll even pop it out right here on camera and show you. Right here, if I can get it to pop. Not easy to do it, but that'll come out right on camera. Come on, fucker. It's not easy. Oh, there we go. Okay. See, that's the slug came out of there, as you can see. Okay, and there's that dish base. I'm not lying here. This is 100% honest to God reality. 100% truth and honesty. Truth and honor. So, yeah. Can't wait, man. This thing's gonna have some freaking knockdown. That's pretty. That's gonna knock some freaking shit into a dirt patch, I tell you. I might even be able to use that while out fucking, rabbit hunting or whatnot, or coyote hunting with my 50 caliber. Use that as my backup for rabbit. That might actually work. Holy shit, yawn. Ugh. Waterage. I think I need to go get some more water out of the back. Which means I need to turn the truck a certain direction so that I'm facing into the wind. Get more water so that I'm not sitting here with a parched mouth. But yeah, this is gonna work beautifully. It's gonna be on the getting and getting some. I've been on here with y'all for about 4 hours. I don't know. What y'all think? Should I get off here and let y'all go to sleep, or what? Is everybody running afraid, running scared? Uh, I'm having fun malfunction. What is your major malfunction? Oh, okay. Let's. Whoa. There we go. Oh, that was the emergency brake on. That was dumb. Fucking truck just shrugs it off. Okay. Do there, and then we got that back up. Yeah, go ahead, brother. It's all good. See you later. Thank you, Tom Green, for showing up. Wow. Like freaking lunar surface. I'll be safe out here. Remember, I got the PPG guard. I'm joking, of course. So, little bit of tobacco smoke. Welcome to the side. Welcome to
Classic Rock 105.9 KCNL. We're only weeks away from the 25th annual Quartzite Masters.
Okay, let's not do that again. Yes, but no, but
you guys with the whole check.
For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, all the universe, you and me, all the earth, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse.
okay.
Everything is available. The brands you trust, home and domestic, suburban, and liquor.
Ah, there we go. Some classic rock. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Whoa. Oh. Really? The Moody Blues. I haven't heard them on the radio forever.
you needed when you tell me why. And when you stop and think about it, you won't believe it's true at all. You've been giving everything for you. I'm looking between the stars, mountains, and crashing on the sea. The lies around almost feel patiently. But in the grass, between the dead and the sleeping, you, I'm looking out the way that you say it when you do those things to me. It's more the way you really mean it when you tell me what you mean.
That's sawing on a guitar. Oh yes. You know, boy, be a simple man. Man, talk about clarity. That's some good radio right there. Yeah, that right there, man. That's my jam. You can't best that. That is just it right there, man. Simple man. Leonard Skinner. From the album, I believe. It's pronounced Leonard Skinner. Yeah. Simple man. Man, I'm glad I caught that, just on the radio right there. Just public radio. YouTube, you can't channel strike me or for shit. Like, nothing like that. It's just public radio. You know, Uh, right there, just perfect timing. You can't, you just can't fake this shit. Uh, Public radio, perfect timing, and it just comes in. You're thinking about these kinds of things. You try to be a simple man, and you try to be righteous, and you try to just stand on who you are. And so often we get cut down because folks forget that's where it's at. Simple man, family, you know, righteousness, truth, reason, logic. These are things that we need to get back to. These are the things that make this country great. And, I'm sure that fucking the demon rats are going to try and twist more words and use it fucking in high propaganda and whatnot and all that shit. But I'm going to tell you straight, I can count the fucking people I trust on one hand, minus my pinky finger. And that's pretty sharp, but it's reality. When it comes down to it, who can you trust in a foxhole? That's who you can trust. I can count them on one hand. Didn't used to be that way. This world's losing its good folk. The only way that you can change that is you become that good folk. Now I could sit here and preach forever today and it wouldn't get to you. So I'll put it to you very gently and very kindly. This is a 4-hour long stream. I sat here and just went at it. I talked the shit that nobody else wants to see, nobody else wants to hear, because it's reality. It's harsh. Sometimes it can be a little painful. But without some harsh reality in our world, we're going to think that we're getting fucking unicorn farts, pixie dust, and, puppy dog dreams. And the only thing that you're going to be getting out of that is fooled. It takes strong men of will to stand up to things like that. And it takes passion, a desire to move beyond all. And you're going to find, those simple principles of going the extra mile, doing right by a fellow man, and, adhering to those great principles which make our country free. That's what's important here. I talk about the fucking Second Amendment. I talk about the First Amendment. I talk about, the Fourth and the Fifth, because the reality is you have the right to competent defense. I talk about the 15th all the time, the right to competent defense. The 6th, 7th, and 8th, all that. Your Miranda rights. I'll talk about all of this because it's important. A lot of folks forget about where you are, who you are, because they only see the stereotypical American jackass. They don't see the people who are the real Americans, the ones who are standing in the dark to uphold the light, the ones who are voices of truth, logic, and reason in that hour of darkness. The shadow that keeps you all happy and safe. There are some of us who take it seriously and dedicate our entire lives to it. And then there you got your weekend warriors, the ones that do it for fun and the ones that do it because, they get a commission or something. No, the militia, the real militia are out there 24 fucking 7, 365. They never stop, they never sleep, they never surrender. They never back the fuck down. They're always on the line. They're always watching out for you. The military takes it in shifts. We don't have that luxury. We're stretched so far and thin most of the time because our numbers are so small that we only have the ability to be one person in one place at one time. A lot of the time. And believe it or don't, it's that kind of power that gives you the ability to breathe easy and sleep safely at night. It's that projection of absolute retribution and that there will always be a fighting man on the ground. That is what keeps you safe. Sure, our military are scary motherfuckers. But I'd put, one-on-one, any one of them with anyone from the militia. One-on-one, hand-to-hand, I'd put any one of them, dude. I'd say yeah, you're fucking equals. You get the training. You get the knowledge. And some of y'all are just that much more equipped than a lot of the guys in the military. The guys in the military, they have to learn all this software and extra tech and all this shit. They miss things like, you know, Badland survival, overland survival, stuff like that, that the civilian militia is actually steeped in. You know, that ability to be that ground pounder that, you can do just about anything, you can drive just about anything. Flying's another story for most Minutemen, but some still can fly, and it's things like that that make the difference. Your skills. I tout skills highly. But when after all's said and done,